All right. Shit. Ugh. Hey guys, how y'all doing, man? I'm back. So we had a couple things to talk about. All right. Including there's been a lot of news that's come out of the Middle East as of last night and today. A lot of big stuff, including emergency action messages have been going off like crazy, and we're going to talk about that. All right. Well, first off, I just need to talk about that, so I'll tell y'all something important real quick. All right, I'm at it. My mother went to the doctor yesterday, and they told her that she's nothing serious is going on, or there's nothing wrong with her, but they told her to do some exercises, and they gave her some new medicine and stuff in general with this. So I don't know what's going on. Just a lot of stuff happening in my life right now. Like I said, pray for me and pray for my family. Pray for my mother. Still, nothing serious. However, she says, however, she's still a little nauseated and still kind of dizzy. But she's better. I think she's at least a little better. I don't know. She seemed like she was get a little better yesterday, but she's going through stuff, and we're going through a lot right now. I got to go to therapy today, so I don't know how long I'm going to be able to record, but I might not be able to go to therapy today because my mother is not doing well. So I'm going to have to be here to take care of her, or something happens, or I'm gonna have to be here to watch over my mother just in case. So I don't know if I'm gonna be going there today. She's going through some stuff. We managed to get some stuff done yesterday. We just said she wasn't feeling well, and I got up around 7 a.m. and I went to bed yesterday around, I believe, 6. No, not 6. 5 or 6. Yeah, probably like something like that. Yeah. I've got to get my MLB bat subscription fixed, and I've got to get my MLB TV stuff fixed too, because I can't watch the games anymore. I was going to try to watch the Angels game last night, but I didn't get a chance to check it. They swept LA. They beat them 1-0. I saw that. Just a lot of stuff going on with my mother, man. I don't know. We're getting really close to a lot of stuff going down in the world, including with the Middle East. With Israel, it looks like they're about to go do something pretty soon, even though Trump told them not to and get a deal. Looks like they're about to literally go against what Trump wants, and they're about to do something. I don't think Trump's going to be able to reach a deal. I don't think this is going to go through at all. They're not interested in agreeing to get rid of enrichment. Something's going to happen soon. And Israel's blatant, and they're pretty on point that they're going to go in there and attack Iran's nuclear program and allow them if something doesn't happen soon. Not to mention last night they said there was a plane off the coast watching something due to emergency action messages. So yeah, there was a plane watching something, repairing. Not to mention there's also been something with China where they're saying that they're preparing missiles. This was a big news story yesterday with China, and everything and stuff. and Israel was had some kind of fighter plane, or some kind of thing, watching something. Like they were watching and preparing for something with Elam. They've got a plane off the coast of Elam, or they got a plane ready and watching Western Iran, which is Elam, as of last night. This was huge. And Israel is currently doing something. Another thing is, too, my friend Trav told me yesterday that his girl is undergoing heart problems. She's not doing well. She's in bad shape. He got news yesterday. He wanted to play, but then he told me that he's got to focus on what's going on with her right now. So, I'm going through a lot right now in my life, man. It's really hard. So, yeah. My mother and my friend is going through hard times. I'm going through a lot. We can't really hang out right now. I don't know. He told me that she's undergoing some issues that they found out yesterday. I don't know what that's all about, but yeah, man. Pray for that too, man. Pray for him. And everything. So, need some serious prayers right now in my life, man. Because it's getting very hard, man. I've also been kind of praying about stuff too. I've been going through a lot. Been dealing with a lot of things. Been falling back into my old ways and doing things I haven't done in the past. I've just been kind of going through a lot. It's been tough. I hope we're going to be out of here soon, and it feels like we are, because escalations are getting tense with Russia and Iran, and Israel is doing something currently at the moment. Not to mention the U.S. just sent in a bunch of aircrafts and fighter planes as of yesterday. But Bubba has some big news coming out of the Middle East. But yeah, man. Pray for me. Pray for my family. Pray for my friend Trav and his girl. And just pray for, in general, that this situation gets better, because it's getting hard, man. And pray for my mom. She's going through a lot. She is, man. Let y'all know that. I'm going through some serious tests and trials right now in my life. And attacks and certain things. Spiritual attacks, and everything. I'm going through a lot of serious trials and tests right now in my life, and it's hard. But hopefully we'll get through this. And maybe, just maybe, we might be able to get out of here soon, I hope. So yeah, I'm not sure, but just thought of a lot of difficult things going on, man. Just tough. I feel like the more and more we get news about what's going on with Israel and Iran, the more and more getting close to that event happening and what's going to go on with it. I think we're going to have something happen in the next 3 days. Maybe. Heading into June. Now, if we're still here, like I said, if we're still here by the end of May, maybe. But I feel like Israel's going to attack Iran in the next couple of days. They say they could do it in 24 hours, 48 hours. They said they could attack Iran. They could go into Iran. They could go into Elam or into Western Iran any time now in an hour and do it. But they're planning it, and it starts. And they're getting ready. And Trump doesn't want them to do it. He's saying, "Let me make a deal so that this won't work, and this won't happen, and everything, and we can work this out." But I don't think Bibi and Iran are going to wait any longer, and I think we're going to see them go in there any day now, and they're going to go do that by themselves or alone. He said he's not going to. He's not going to go in there and strike Iran. That was fake news, but I don't know, man. Looking like this stuff is really picking up, and we're about to have something happen. Things are escalating. And it's looking like Israel's being surrounded on all fronts. We look like we're about to be in a war, to me. And something's going on here. Something's going on here. It is. You know, and everything. Including Trump can't let Putin get away with this. He said Putin's playing with fire. And if he doesn't stop doing what he's doing, Trump is going to have to get involved and do something. So there is definitely tensions escalating in the Middle East. We're not going to have peace. Peace is gone. Destruction is about to come upon the world, or sudden destruction. When I say a judgment, the world's about to be judged. Something's about to happen. There is no peace. Maybe for a while there was peace, and things did seem a little bit more calmer, but now it's gotten a lot more tense, aggressive, and it's escalating. Including with Trump and Putin. Trump is not happy with Putin. He's angry. He's getting very upset with Putin. And Putin and Trump is not happy. And he said, if it wasn't for me, bad things... If it wasn't for me, a lot more bad things would have happened to Russia. And he can't get Putin to... Okay, so it says Russia's hunting civilians in Ukraine. Yeah, he can't get... Sorry. He can't let Putin do this. And, Trump said that he's playing with fire. And as soon as he said that, and he threatened Russia, Russia has sent all sorts of reinforcements and things and stuff into this mountain and did not come back. You know, and everything. In other words, they're sending in air support to Iran. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure. But, like, yeah. Russia doesn't like the statement that the U.S. gave, including Trump. They took it as a threat. They didn't like it. They're preparing for war. So, you know, and everything, like, you know, and stuff. And something's going on. So, Russia's not happy with what Trump said. Saying that stuff's going to get bad if Putin continues to do this and like that. So yeah, the Kremlin and Moscow, like the Kremlin just recently just sent a bunch of stuff over into the mountains. You know, and everything, right? And stuff. So, stuff is escalating very quickly. With Iran and Russia. And not to mention Iran just made... deals with Pakistan and Russia. Russia and Iran just struck a deal, and they also struck a deal with Pakistan. So, like, there is a lot of interesting stuff going on over there, man. And like I said, as of last night, this is a big story that hit. There was a plane off the coast preparing and watching for something, for emergency action messages. And there was this thing which was going off the charts. Israel is stations, they've got something stationed off of them watching something. Okay, you want to come send everything, right? You know. They've got something watching alarm, or they've got something watching something to be prepared, you know, and everything. They've got they've also sent a bunch of stuff in there and strato tankers. You know, and all sorts of stuff, right? You know, and everything. You don't do that if you're not preparing to go to war or you're not preparing to attack Iran soon. The U.S. is also sending a bunch of more planes in there, just in case. So they're preparing in case they have to do it, but they don't want to do it. Trump doesn't want to do it. It's looking like Israel's going to do something soon. I'm not saying Bibi's going to go strike Iran, but it definitely seems like Israel's preparing just in case any day now. But it could happen fairly soon. I don't know if it's going to happen by the end of May, but they're definitely getting ready for something happening, and everything. And I don't know if Israel's just going to stand by and wait for Trump to make a deal with Iran, because Iran's not interested in agreeing to a deal to get rid of enrichment. So this whole situation is getting interesting, and it's going to be crazy, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting what's going to happen. And what they're doing, man. Oh, guys, thank you very much. Apparently, YouTube just told me yesterday I've got a lot of people watching my content, so I appreciate that very much. I put a lot of hard work and time and effort into what I do, so thank you. It's been difficult lately because, with my mother sick and going through what she's been going through, and a lot of stuff happened in my life, it's been kind of harder for me to do content and make videos, but I appreciate it a lot for y'all's support, and everything. YouTube told me I've got a lot of people watching. My watch time's gone up a lot, so yeah, I put a lot of time into what I do. And everything. And the whole thing with Trump and the whole thing with Trump and Bibi are getting interesting. It's getting very interesting. And as of right now, it's been said it's a possibility that Trump's not going to let Bibi go in there and strike Iran. He's going to try to get Iran to agree to a nuclear deal, which gives him time to build nukes, and there's a possibility that Trump might recognize a two-state solution, and Trump might allow this thing with Iran. Trump might turn his back on Israel. I'm not saying that's the case. But there's been talks about that Trump might turn his back on Israel with this whole Iran thing, leave Israel alone, and they're going to go do this themselves. But, however, the U.S. will get involved. The U.S. will be there in case they need them, or they'll be there for support. In other words, it seems like Trump isn't going to get directly involved in this. They're going to leave that up to Israel and let them do what they got to do. But however, Trump doesn't want Bibi in Israel to strike Iran until he can get a deal, and I don't think they're going to get a deal. But there's and everything. But there's something going on there, and everything. And there have been people saying that Trump might turn their back on Israel. The Trump administration and Donald Trump might turn his back on Israel because he's going to leave them alone to go do this themselves. In other words, this is going to be a solo operation, or this is going to be Israel going in there by themselves to attack Iran. Now, I don't think they can do this alone. Israel cannot do this alone. They cannot attack Iran alone because Iran has so many allies. They have China, they have Russia, they have Turkey, they have North Korea, and they have, Pakistan, too, on top of that, because they just made a deal with Pakistan. So, and everything, right? China. And they have China, which U.S. is preparing for something with China. There was a big news story that came out today about China. So, yeah, and everything, right? So, yeah. So, Israel cannot go at this alone. They're facing several people backing Iran. They're going to get demolished if they go in there by themselves. Somehow the U.S. is going to be backing Israel, going to get involved in this. Because it says, I will break the bow of Elam, the foremost of their might, and I will scatter them to the four corners of the earth, and I will send a sword after them. The sword, I believe, is the U.S. And everything, right? And stuff. And a lot of people say that, a lot of people think, that might be leading up to Psalms 83, which is where Israel gets surrounded by all sides by their enemies. So yeah, see, people don't understand this stuff, right? They don't understand this stuff. It just doesn't affect the Middle East. It affects America, too. If America lets Iran get their hands on nukes, it does not only affect Israel, but it affects the U.S. Because this dude said debt to America. And if you let someone who says debt to America get his hands on nukes or nuclear weapons, that's a possibility they want to destroy the US. So you don't have to see that. You don't understand that a lot of people don't see how this affects not only like world conflicts in America, but the Middle East too. But it just doesn't affect the Middle East. It causes a lot of problems for America too, and the US. If they get nukes, if Iran has time to build nukes and they get nuclear weapons, this is bad for things. Okay, this is going to cause a multilateral war, or possibly a nuclear war, or something. And everything, right? They can't let them get their hands on nukes because it's going to be bad for America, not just Israel, but America too, and the U.S. Okay, and everything, right? And so people don't understand that this conflict is also affecting the U.S. because it also causes a lot of problems with the Israelis and the Palestinians. And the reason why there was this shooting in America is because the Palestinians hate the Israelis and the Jews. And they want to leave Gaza, and anyway, they just don't, they want to purge stuff, getting rid of Israeli people, right? And everything. So this is more of a spiritual war than it is really anything, really, when you think about it. But this also affects America because, this also affects the U.S. because Gaza's not just a Middle Eastern thing now. It's a part of the U.S. now. Because, Israel needs the backing from the U.S. to bring in stuff like, humanitarian aid and stuff to the Gazan people and stuff like that. And they need a lot of this stuff to be able to do what they do, including with Gaza, Hamas, all these things, and everything. And so, and things like that. So technically, Israel has to get some kind of green light or some kind of approval from the Trump administration to go in there and attack Iran. They can't just go in there by themselves. A lot of people say that they'll just completely, bypass everything Trump wants and just go in there anyway and attack it. Or Bibi and Israel will just they'll go in there anyway. Or they'll just do what Trump doesn't want. They'll just go attack it anyway. At this rate, nobody's listening to Trump. Nobody's listening to Trump. He can't, like I said, he can't get Putin to listen to him. He can't get Iran to listen to him. He barely can get Israel to listen to him at this point. Maybe he convinced Bibi to wait. I don't know. And everything. But then that gives Iran time to stall. To continue to let this play out to build nukes. And anyway, they're done talking. They're done talking about a deal. But this gives Iran time to stall and gives us time to build nukes. So if they do reach a nuclear deal, then that means that Iran will still be able to enrich, or Iran will still have time to build nukes. So that's the thing when you look at this, okay, and everything. And I don't know. A lot of people say that, he's going to go behind Trump's back and he's going to do it. But Bibi and Trump are really close. They're allies. Trump is backing Israel. Trump is backing Israel, and they're kind of on the same page. They agree that Iran should not get their hands on a nuke, but they're kind of in a disagreement over the way they should do it. Bibi wants to go in there and attack Iran, and Bibi wants to go in there and strike Iran. Trump wants to wait, try to get a deal with Iran. So there's a lot of confusion between these two countries and the prime minister, and everything, right? And a lot of people say that pretty soon, if something doesn't give, Israel's going to go in there and attack Iran, or Bibi's going to give the order for the IDF or the Israeli army to go in there and hit Iran. To go in there and strike Iran. Bibi's going to go in there. Israel's going to go in there and strike Iran, and Bibi's going to Bibi Netanyahu's going to go in there and attack Iran. So, or Israel will defy what Trump wants, or he'll go against what Trump wants, or they'll go against what Trump wants, or they'll go in there and attack Iran purely, even without Trump making a deal, because Bibi said he's going to go in there and attack them regardless of Trump making a deal from something, and Israel is planning to strike Iran no matter what. A lot of people think that a lot of the watchmen and certain individuals have said that they believe that Netanyahu is going to go in there and attack Iran regardless about Trump, and everything. And it's going to be a solo. And if something doesn't give soon, it's going to be a solo operation, and Israel's going to go in there and they're going to attack them themselves. In other words, this is going to be something Israel's going to do alone. They're going to go attack them. They're going to go to attack Iran's nuclear program in Western Iran. Pretty soon by themselves alone. They're going to go attack them regardless what happens with Trump and a deal. And Iran's going to go in there to attack Iran. Israel's going to go in there and attack Iran regardless what happens. Strike Iran. In other words, they're going to go in there and do it themselves, and Trump is going to give them Trump is giving us their resources and backing them in case something happens. But he's I don't know. Trump doesn't want them to strike Iran yet. Israel does, and like I said, something's got to give. We'll either know by the end of May or maybe June. I don't know, but the thing is, they're gearing up to attack Elam and Western Iran or Iran any time now. Not to mention they have a lot of, like I said, aircrafts and military. They send a lot of air support over into Diego Garcia in the Red Sea. I think that's around the area where Western Iran is. I don't know. Like I said, and also there was a plane off the coast yesterday watching something. It was watching something last night to see what was going on, and everything, right? To see what was going on. I don't know what that was all about, but it said there was like some emergency situation, emergency action messages or emergency stuff going off, saying there was something big going down. There was something big that happened last night. So, but yeah, they were definitely watching something. And at this point, Israel can go into Iran any time now. The thing is, it's going to make Trump angry, and I'm sure it's going to cause a lot of problems. He's already pissed with Putin. So, there's a punch set where it's like, Trump said Putin went crazy. I don't know what's going on with him anymore. He's shooting rockets into, places, and I can't, I don't know what happened to him. And everything, right? I think that whole thing with Putin happened because, like I said, there tried to be an assassination attempt on Putin's. They tried to assassinate Putin by shooting down his helicopter. They sent drones to try to take down Putin. And I think he's angry. I think he's now unleashing full fury on Ukraine. I don't know. But he's definitely doing something over there. And they say if he doesn't stop doing that, or he doesn't do that, the U.S. is going to have to do something, or Trump's going to have to do something soon. And that's going to lead to war, World War III, something. Trump's going to have to do something about that soon. In other words, he's going to have to figure out how to stop that. He's going to have to... So, yeah. There's no talking down Putin at this point. And the peace deal that Trump tried to do with Putin, that thing is dead. There's no convincing him, ifs, ands, or buts about it, that something's going to happen. So Putin pretty much trying to get a ceasefire or get the Ukraine-Russia war ended is dead. This was, I think, because they almost tried to kill I think this was they almost. I think it's because they almost tried to shoot down his plane or his helicopter. Okay, you know, and everything. Before that, Putin was pretty chill and willing to negotiate and work something out. And he was like, "All right, yeah, I'm ready to meet and talk and maybe discuss a ceasefire, or maybe we can work on peace or trying to end the war. I'm all for trying to sit down and negotiate talks, you know, and everything." But after that happened, it clearly shows that Zelensky doesn't want the war ended, and Ukraine's not interested in backing down, and they don't want peace, you know, and everything, because they're trying to assassinate the leader of Russia, you know, because Putin's the leader of Russia, you know, and everything. They're trying to assassinate the big leader of Russia, you know, and everything, right? President Zelensky's not interested in peace talks. That clearly shows with what happened with Ukraine, going after that helicopter. However, Putin said he wasn't interested in negotiating. Zelensky, however, was not interested at all. That dude's a snake. He doesn't care. That dude pretty much does not want peace. He didn't want peace that day when he met with Trump back in the White House, I think. If y'all remember that meeting that Trump had back in February or January, where he stormed out of the White House and was angry that Trump wouldn't give him what he wanted, you know, and everything, and was pissed that he couldn't get out of Trump what he got out of other people. Zelensky was not happy with Trump, period. You know, and everything, with what was going on. He was not interested in wanting to. Zelensky was not interested in wanting to negotiate peace, period. I think Putin does want to. I think Putin was interested in negotiating, trying to get things done. However, Ukraine's not stopped. Yeah. However, Zelensky and Ukraine are not interested in peace. But now I think since like Putin was almost assassinated, that made him angry. He's angry. He's mad. He wants revenge. He's going on a revenge path. I don't blame him. You know, and everything. You call for peace, and then you want to kill me. You say you want peace, and then you want to kill me. You know, and everything. Right after this happens, and trying to shoot me down. You know, and everything. Right? He's angry and not happy. So I don't blame him. You know, and everything. So I see why he's launching rockets into Ukraine. Okay, you know, and everything, and doing stuff. But yeah, at this point, I don't think you can convince Putin to stop. You know, and everything. I think his mind changed, or something happened to him, or he thought about things differently. Almost, but like after it was almost killed, and then that made him angry, and he was basically pissed. You know, and Putin's not holding back anything anymore. He's unleashing full fury on Ukraine. He's unloading on Ukraine. You know, and everything, right? You know, and stuff. This man almost got killed. This man almost got shot down. What do you expect? I don't know. But I can tell you for a fact that I think that definitely changed the way he was. And now you have Russia just bombarding Ukraine. Okay, you know, and everything, right? Putin didn't go crazy. You know, and everything. You gotta look at it like this. Putin didn't go crazy. He didn't lose his mind. You know. He didn't go insane. You know, and everything, right? There's just no negotiating with that now. That stuff, peace is dead because you tried to. I look at like peace is dead between Russia and Ukraine because you tried to kill me. You know, and everything, right? Or something, right? The Kremlin probably decided to strike back after they knew they were being threatened. And when you threaten someone, what do you expect? You have the 3 R's. Or you have the 3 F's, fight, fight, freeze. Flight, fight, freeze. What are you going to do? You know, and everything. So, yeah, right, you know, and everything, right? You know, and stuff. So, something's going on there. And like, yeah, peace is dead. Peace is dead. The deal that Trump tried to do and negotiate, the deal that Trump tried to do when he came to the table to negotiate talks about ending the war or peace, trying to have a civil discussion, that's gone. That's dead. That's dead because immediately after that was done, Putin's helicopter was almost shot down. It was. This was right after the talks with Trump and Putin. It didn't go very well. They couldn't really agree to terms. I don't know if that was primarily because of Ukraine or it was because of Putin not wanting to end the war. I think Putin is interested in wanting to negotiate peace, but you have Ukraine, on the other hand, that doesn't want to. And they're continuing to escalate the situation. They're not stopping. And everything, right? But this was immediately after Putin and Trump met. His plane almost got shot down a couple of days ago. So, when you really look at it, you don't blame this dude for resulting... so he was holding stuff back and waiting. He was holding stuff back and trying to agree to something. He ain't holding back anything anymore. He's going full-fledged on Ukraine and saying, we're going to take most of Ukraine, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. He's telling Trump, there's nothing that you can do to stop it. We're going to take most of Ukraine. That's it. And everything. At this point, peace is dead. We're going full-fledged, all in. And there's nothing you can do about it. And while you stay on the sidelines and don't really do anything about it, we're going to go in there and take it. And everything, right? And stuff. We're going to take most of Ukraine. And everything. Even if we have to bomb the heck out of them. I don't know. That's how I look at it, right? And stuff. So, yeah. And Putin said this. Like, the Kremlin or Russia said this. They're going to take most of Ukraine. And everything, right? And stuff. So, maybe a deal would have been done or something would have happened if they never tried to assassinate the president of Russia. But yeah, when you're going and trying to shoot down the president of Russia, not only do you piss off several other parts of Russia and the Kremlin, but you piss off the people that are behind Russia and other very powerful leaders. And, and you cause a war, and you escalate the war, and you make it even worse. You cause a problem, which very well could lead to World War III. You very well could have started World War III by almost shooting down that helicopter. So yeah, it was not a good idea. You screw with the wrong people, and now Ukraine is getting bombarded. And everything, right? Russia's not to be played with, man. They're not to be played with. Russia's not to be played with. And everything, right? They were the Soviet Union at one point. Do people know how strong Russia really is? No, man. And everything, right? And stuff, right? So it's like, shit, man, like... I can understand why. I can maybe see that maybe they would have been able to negotiate or have a deal, be able to end the war or have the war ended or do something to work something out. I could understand that maybe they were getting close to stuff happening, or maybe they were getting something done, or maybe they could have worked something out before this happened. But after that happened, I can see why now peace is dead and they're not interested in doing this, and everything. And I can understand why, even though like talks between Putin and Trump didn't go very well, maybe they could have figured something out. But right after that, yeah, talks, negotiations, peace, working things out, that's dead. That is dead because he almost got assassinated. And his people, or the people behind the scenes that are involved with Russia, his team, or his, the people that run Russia, whatever it is, and everything. Well, Putin runs Russia, but, the people behind the scenes in Russia, I guarantee you they weren't interested in peace. They were going full-fledged, attacking Ukraine. I think they were doing redemption or revenge, I don't know. But yeah, when you try to assassinate somebody, do you think that they're really going to want peace? No, bro. And everything, right? And stuff, and everything. It's the same thing it's the same thing when people tried to assassinate Trump. I don't think Trump is very happy with almost being killed. And so he's kind of been going about trying to, do what he couldn't do in the last administration, getting redemption. So I don't know. and everything, right? You try to take my life too, I wouldn't be very happy, and if I survived, I wouldn't be the same person. If I almost died from an assassination, I wouldn't be very happy about it either. And I would change my mind about things. And everything, right? I wouldn't want peace with you. It would be very hard to have peace. It's very hard to have peace. It's very hard to negotiate with you. I wouldn't even want to be in the same room with you. So, I don't blame him, and everything, right? But, but yeah, peace is dead over there because of what happened with the Ukraine. Putin was flying his helicopter into the war zone, and everything for something. I don't know what it was. And then drone strikes got really close almost got very close to the helicopter, and it almost got blown up. It got shot down. And everything. Putin was targeted by drone strikes. So yes, okay, and everything, right? So like yes, and stuff. So yeah, one of America's closest allies, Vladimir Putin, with Trump and Russia. He's not interested in wanting to talk with you now. He is wanting to go full-fledged on Ukraine. So yeah, he's not interested in peace. He's not interested in talking with Trump. He's not interested in conducting any kind of talks in the same room with that dude, especially after he tried to kill him. And everything. I guarantee you if they were in the same room, he might have strangled him to death. I don't know. You'd be like, it's like, okay, look, it's harsh, but like, it's like, and everything, and stuff, right, And Zelensky's a midget. He's very tiny. He is, if you look at him, right? He's a midget. He's very tiny. He's very small compared to Putin. Putin's very tall and, like, has his perspective about him. Zelensky's a midget. This dude looks very tiny and small, and everything. He's very short, and everything when it comes to when you look at him. So it's like, let's freaking strangle this dude, and everything. I don't know. But anyway, don't ever underestimate the little guy, though. He can do a lot of stuff, so. But look, that's beside the point. The reason why the Russia-Ukraine thing's going on so much, and the reason why there's not peace is because, you almost assassinated the president of Russia, and everything. And these people aren't going to want peace at this point. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Do you think Putin's now going to negotiate with Trump and be in the same room with Ukraine and Zelensky and that shit? Do you think he really wants to now go back to the negotiating table and do this? No. No, Putin doesn't want to be in the same room with this dude. Much less does he want to negotiate peace. That's dead. And everything. He's not willing to meet with Trump in this. Does it mean that Russia necessarily hates the U.S. and doesn't wants war with the U.S. or wants to go to war? No, I don't think so. And everything. I think Putin and Trump are still, I still think they're on good terms, and I still think, despite that, I still think that Russia, when it comes to, right, I still think that, nothing's going to happen with the U.S. as long as, well, like I said, when Russia will only get involved when it comes to Iran. I think Iran's going to cause something to happen. Now, right now, I don't know. But, like, and everything. Putin and Trump are so buddy-buddy and have such a connection that I don't see anything happening with the U.S. and Russia yet. And everything, right? But, like, there is somehow when the U.S. or Israel go in and attack Iran's nuclear program, that's going to have Russia turn on the U.S. That's going to have Putin that's going to have Putin and Trump's relationship sour, and them no longer be allies. They're going to be enemies. They're going to be at war with each other. I have a feeling, and everything. And that's when that thing's going to really take a turn for the worse, and everything. Because Russia has allies with Iran, and then, like I said, they just struck a deal a couple of days ago. So I'll look at it like the U.S. Um, Russia is not going to turn on the U.S. or do anything until that happens. But yeah, right now, so I don't know. Putin didn't go crazy or lose his mind, or insane. And I can't, convince him. He's shooting rockets and he's doing stuff like this because they almost tried to kill him, and things changed after that. And yeah, he said he was going to take most of Ukraine. I don't think he said he was going to do this before, or this was going to happen yet. But after this assassination attempt, I definitely think he said, I'm done. I'm going full-fledged in there, and I'm taking Ukraine. I'm taking most of Ukraine. There's nothing you can do about it, and everything. And Trump's mad and angry and upset. He can't do anything to convince Putin, and there's nothing to do anything. And Trump's saying if he don't stop, he's going to have to get involved somehow. And that could lead to World War III or global conflict, something. Right? And like I said, he told Russia they're playing with fire. And so they took that as a threat. And now they're preparing to send weapons over to the mountain of Iran. Because a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people like Western Alam or Western Iran is on a mountain. Iran's nuclear program around. So they're sending stuff over to this mountain, and everything, right? And everything. So like they're preparing for war. With what's going on, and everything. So they took that as a threat, and everything, right? Normally Trump wouldn't do that, but he says that he believes Putin isn't in the right state of mind. He's not what he was. Putin is not the same person he was before. We talked and negotiated, and everything. He's changed. He's not the same person, and everything. And he's just doing things that just normally he doesn't do, and I can't convince him. Usually, I have the ability to get him to, I usually have the ability to work this out with him, but he's not. This is not working. I had to do something. But yeah, he said that he doesn't know what's going on with Putin. And it makes sense. The dude almost got killed. Makes sense. The dude almost got assassinated. He almost got shot down. A dude almost lost his life. The dude was almost killed by drone strikes. It makes sense that the dude almost lost his life. He almost was killed, and everything, right? So, that's one of the reasons. But yeah, Trump's just like Putin's gone out of control, and it, and he can't do anything. He's lost his mind. I can't do anything. And pretty soon, if they don't stop, I'm gonna have to resort to doing. If they don't stop, I'm gonna have to do something in return. I'm gonna have to make something happen. I'm gonna have to call something. I might have. I very well might have to get involved, and I don't want to, and everything. Because Putin just seems like he's out of control. And yeah, he is out of control. But it makes sense. He is out of control, and some crazy stuff is happening. And I do agree with what he's doing over there. But the dude almost got killed. So you got to look at it like maybe he changed a lot. Maybe he changed a lot. Something shifted in him, and he became different, and he's not the same person. Or maybe Putin wasn't the same after almost surviving being killed. You should know, Trump. You almost got shot twice. So how do you not understand Putin's point of view? I thought you two were on the same wavelength. I thought y'all agreed on the same thing. I thought y'all were close. I thought pretty much you knew a lot about Putin and could convince Putin. I thought you and Putin pretty much knew how each other function and could work things out. Doesn't seem like it's working. Doesn't seem like that's working very well for him. And everything. It's like don't you like? Shouldn't he know? He survived. He almost survived 2 assassination attempts back in November. And everything, right? So, like, I don't know, man. When someone is almost killed and survives an assassination, or almost is inches away from death or close to death, it changes you. And everything. I'm sure. I've never, I've never known. I don't know what it's like to be assassinated, and I hope that doesn't happen in my life. But yeah, and everything. But I'm sure when someone almost tries to, I'm sure when you almost are close to death and you're about to die, it changes you, and it does change you. Like I said, I know about death because I lost my father, but war changes a person. War changes a person, and when they're about to be killed, when they're almost assassinated, well, your mindset changes. You go into full on, adrenaline mode to survive. And something about when you almost die or get assassinated or when you're almost close to death, something about that triggers something in you and changes you. I don't know, something about war, when someone's close to death or when they almost die, triggers something in them. And when they survive, they're never the same. I don't know. And so, something probably changed in Putin when he was almost shot down. Okay. But the guy's whole mindset changed when he almost died. So you can't blame him, but at the same time, it's like, I don't think there's no convincing Putin to stop at this point. And Trump's trying, and he's saying, I can't do anything, so I'm going to have to get involved somehow. And he's shooting rockets, he's on bombs, he's going after people, he's doing stuff, he's doing all sorts of craziness. But he didn't do it before. Putin's acting weird. He's doing the things that he doesn't normally do, and everything. Or it's gotten worse than before, and I can't get him to stop, and everything, and stuff. Putin's just doing some crazy stuff over there in Russia, and everything. And it's like, okay, and things. And apparently now it just said that Russian people the Russians are going after Ukraine civilians, which I don't know what that's about, but yeah, something's about to give soon with this whole Russia-Ukraine thing. It's getting more and more intense. Like, it was already pretty, it was already pretty bad, but it's gotten way more intense now that assassination attempt happened. So we'll see where that goes. That could very well lead to a global war or World War III. I don't know. Like I said, especially because Trump said he would get involved if something doesn't happen, and Russia's playing with fire, so I don't know, and everything. And like I said, Iran struck deals with Russia, they struck deal with Pakistan, so something's going to happen with Iran soon, with Israel and the U.S., but yeah, I thought Trump and Putin were buddy-buddy, and they just knew how each other worked. They're so close to each other, it's almost weird. How Trump is so, how he has such a close relationship with the president of Russia. So I've always thought that Putin and Trump having that thing was weird. But yeah, and everything. But yeah, and everything. And both of them have almost been assassinated. So, like, shouldn't he kind of understand shouldn't he understand Putin's methods and why he did what he did? And why he is what he is? Now, like I said, it's like Trump's like, I have no idea why he's doing what he's doing and what happened to him. Well, I can say the same thing about you, Trump. And everything. What happened to you after you got shot at? Doesn't seem like you're the same person either when it comes to being in office. You're doing a lot of crazy shit too. So yeah, it comes from, and everything, right? Telling Canada to be the 51st state of America. You want to build a golden dome on the U.S. You want to open up Alcatraz. You're doing all sorts of crazy shit. You want to get a third term in office. What happened to you? What happened to you? You weren't the same. You don't seem the same the second time. You don't seem the same in your second term in office that you did in your first after those assassination attempts. You don't seem like the same person. It seems to me like after you got shot at, your mindset's changed a lot too. And you're not the same person you were in your first term. So, and everything, right? So, like, yeah. So, I don't know. Look, when you look at it, but I don't know, man. Like, I like to think Trump is not stupid, and he's not stupid and all that, but, like, that's pretty logical if you think about it, why Putin's doing what he's doing. It is, and stuff, so I kind of don't understand why Trump doesn't understand that. And secondly, I don't know. Trump's not stupid. He's a gullible person. He doesn't actually understand things to a point like that. So I don't know. But yeah, it's like, it's kind of funny that both the president and the president of Russia were both almost killed, and they're buddy with each other. Just saying. Okay, when it comes to, and everything. So, I'm just saying. But anyway. Yeah, the reason why Putin's doing all this stuff is because, he's pissed off at Ukraine, he's pissed off at Zelensky, he's pissed off at it. You tried to kill me. I'm not happy that you tried to assassinate me. You're gonna pay for this. I don't know, dude. War is brutal. And nobody wins. And unfortunately, a lot of stuff happens. And also, when you try to kill someone, or try to assassinate someone, do whatever, none of this stuff works in it. Nobody wins at the end of the day. It just creates more conflict and escalation. There's no peace. It just makes things worse. Really, if you think about it, that's why Trump doesn't want to have to that's why Trump doesn't want to have a war unless he has to. Because he knows it's just going to make things worse, it's going to escalate, and it's going to cause a lot of problems, including with Iran. Trump wants to keep peace. He doesn't want war. And everything. And so he's not happy with Putin because of this. But yeah, it's an escalation. Nobody wins in war or anything. And war is brutal. And bad things come out of war. And like trying to assassinate, kill somebody, it doesn't go well, and everything. So like either way, it's just like I said, I think that's why Putin did want to come to the negotiating table to talk about peace, or he did want to try to get this war figured out, or he did want to try to work out a deal. But then, when he almost got killed, that changed everything. And then that escalated things worse, and that escalated things a lot further with Ukraine. It did. When they sent drone strikes to shoot down his helicopter, that was the day everything changed with that. That was the day when everything went dead. That was the day when basically that deal went dead. That deal was dead. And everything, right? So, that's really it. Before then, maybe they were on board to doing something and working something out, or things were good. And he was coming to the negotiating table. He was coming to the negotiating table, or Trump got Putin to come and talk, and everything. But they were talking on the phone. What am I trying to say? Or they were able to work something out. In other words, Putin was fine coming to negotiate, or he was all for negotiating or doing stuff. In other words, Putin did want to come and talk it out. It didn't go very well, but that was probably on the Ukraine side of things. But I think, yeah. And then, boom, the next couple of days, you have this dude's helicopter almost shot down by drone strikes. What does that tell you? Do you think he wants peace now? No. He wants Ukraine destroyed. And that's what that's the point of and everything. And I don't agree with that, but well, like I said, war is brutal. and everything, right? So, you know, so he's not necessarily crazy or lost his mind. It's just changed. He's changed the way he's done things now. He's changed the way that he's doing things now since he almost got killed. It's the same thing with Trump. Trump shows up with bodyguards wherever he goes now. Trump has bodyguards with him wherever he goes now. He didn't before. The only time he didn't have bodyguards is when he went to the Middle East to meet with the Saudis, and everything. But it's like, it just. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know where that war is going with Ukraine and Russia, but we shall see, man. I don't really talk a lot about Russia and Ukraine that much because it's not really as big as the Middle East or Israel or Iran. Really, the big thing that's going to be the biggest thing that's going to be really the biggest thing that's going to the biggest event that's going to impact things, probably pull everybody into war or do stuff in general, or going to cause some issues, or going to be what it is when they go in there and they attack Iran's nuclear program or strike it. Whether it be the U.S. or Israel, or whether it be the U.S. and Israel together, it's going to cause some interesting things to happen. But it's going to pull all these countries into things, including Russia. And everything, right? So, So, I'm probably more into, looking at more about Iran and the Iran stuff than Iran and the Middle East and Israel than Russia and Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine isn't really that big. And everything in the scheme of things. Yeah, it matters, but it's not that big. Really, the biggest things to watch, or the biggest stuff that's going on is in the Middle East. Especially with Israel and Iran. And then the U.S. And somehow Gaza, and the Gaza Strip. And the Palestinians, so. I'm watching the Middle East. I'm not watching Russia and Ukraine, even though I have watched a little bit of news on Russia and Ukraine. I don't talk about Russia and Ukraine much, and everything. I have been talking a little bit more about Russia and Ukraine, but I don't really talk about it anymore. I don't really talk about it much. But yeah, I just wanted to I wanted to talk about that because that was important. About Trump telling Russia they're playing with fire, and all that. But this. Anyway, so I wanted to talk about the news coming out with stuff today. Okay, so it says that this is interesting. It says a dude was detained for spying for Kyiv. Intelligence reported that he had given Ukraine information about the place of residence of the military combat commandant Kremlin in the LPR. So yeah, they're trying to assassinate people in the Kremlin. I think the Kremlin is the Kremlin is where Putin is. And a lot of his associates. Or his people.
Okay, so I got yesterday's news and I got today's news. Like I said, I've got a lot of stuff going on in my life right now, so I haven't had the time to really do things as much as I did. Or to keep up to date with the news. Or to do things like this. Okay, so this was yesterday's. The International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) is likely to release its quarterly report on Iran this week. The last quarterly report was February 27th. The report will include details on the pace and scope of Iran's enrichment, as well as other aspects of its program. This report could hold some evidence of whether or not talks with the U.S. had wrung out any concessions from Tehran. The U.S. is outwardly hopeful, at least to the media. Trump is telling Netanyahu to hold off on undermining the nuclear negotiations and talks. Significantly, the U.S. has asked Israel to give them a week to see if any progress has been made, possibly a reference to IAEA's findings. Oh, I think I've actually already read that. Hold on. Yeah, that's not right. This is today's. I'm sorry, or this is yesterday's. In an historic breakthrough, the IDF on Wednesday revealed that its Iron Beam light laser defense system has shot down dozens of drones and other aerial threats over the course of the war. In fall 2024, the Jerusalem Post had learned that the Iron Beam laser produced by Rafale had been used in operational situations, but was barred from reporting on that at the time. In October 2024, Rafale showcased its latest defense capabilities at the Defense AUSA expedition October 14 to 16 in Washington, D.C., including a new light beam laser-based interception system integrated into the Trophy multitasking defense program. Defense sources said that the Iron Beam light laser was used against threats from Hamas and Hezbollah. Reported top Israeli official statements have predicted that by the end of 2025, the main Iron Beam laser will be widely and publicly deployed. What other technology does Israel have ready to go? Apparently more than we know. Trump also said, Trump says he warned Netanyahu not to attack Iran. Trump doesn't want Bibi to attack Iran, but he's considering doing it. Like I said, we're going to know something in the next couple of days. And like I said, they've got something, they're watching something off the coast of Elam. They're watching something in Elam. So, they've got some kind of plane watching, and everything. Or at the ready for something. But that could change at any moment. It could change with a phone call. Trump, if we can make a deal, it will save a lot of lives. And I totally agree. I hope he gets a deal. I don't want to have a war with Iran. I don't think, I'm all for him getting a deal, and everything. I don't think that they should get their heads on nukes, though, and everything. But I think not having a war with Iran would, I don't think that, if he can do that, yeah, I think that's a good thing, but I don't know if he can. Somehow he's going to do it. Somehow he thinks he's going to do it, but I don't know how he's going to do it. But yeah. But I'm all for one. I'm all for one without from being able to. I'm all for one. To be able to not have a war with Iran. So, yeah, it's really 50-50, man. My understanding is that IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency Director General's comprehensive report on Iran will likely come out this Friday, May 30th. This report could be a doozy. I remember reading about senior IAEA officials over 2 years ago that said if Iran did not provide technical plausible explanations for safeguard issues, then eventually the IAEA would be forced to connect the dots themselves. Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, said the comprehensive reports on Iran's safeguards non-cooperation will come soon. He said it's going to be comprehensive and it's going to be a big report. This could be a big weekend. I'm interested to know what that report is. I'm going to look into that. Friday, May 30th. Okay. That's tomorrow. Iran denies reports of a potential nuclear agreement that would include a temporary pause in uranium enrichment. Yeah, Iran's not interested in doing something with their uranium enrichment. Iran will not agree to halt uranium enrichment as a result of ongoing talks with the United States. Even temporary Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Ismail Bagheri declared to the Tehran Times today this follows a Reuters report suggesting that Iran might consider that move in exchange for the unfreezing of billions of its assets held by the U.S. Why is Iran under significant pressure and might accelerate its race towards a nuclear bomb in the coming days? The IAEA has been recent concerns about Iran's failure to provide necessary information and cooperation to resolve long-standing issues related to undeclared nuclear material and activities. There was also something about Doge yesterday too. Elon Musk said he officially stepped down from Doge because he's not happy with what Trump's doing. Him and Elon called Trump out for some stuff yesterday. He's not a fan of what Trump's doing. So I think he quit. I think he left. So I don't know what that's all about. But like, yeah, there was some interesting stuff with Elon. So the IAEA Board of Governors has previously stated that if Iran fails to cooperate fully, further action will be necessary. In other words, Israel might go in there and strike Iran. And Trump might let them do it. We'll see. Following the coming June meeting, if the board does indeed report Iran to the UN Security Council, Russia is likely to veto any resolution against Iran. That means that, yeah, because Russia is allies with Iran. However, France or the United Kingdom could exercise the option to snap back previous sanctions under Resolution 2231, which has endorsed the 2015 nuclear deal and adjusted sanctions on Iran. Resolution 2231 includes a mechanism for reimposing those measures through a mechanism that Russia cannot veto. The snapback mechanism expires in October 2025. Given these developments, you can understand why Israel will have no choice but to attack if Iran won't agree to dismantle all of its enrichment facilities and get rid of all of the already enriched to weapons grade uranium. It's just a matter of time. And yes, Iran don't just have one nuclear program; they have multiple. They have Isfahan, they have Fordow, they have Bashir, they have Iraq or Acre, whatever that, and everything, and they have a bunch of, and everything. So they say this is not going to be when Israel goes in there and they attack Iran. It's not going to be a single operation. It's going to take several days to hit these things, and it's going to be a course of days with stuff. So this is going to be interesting once this happens. So it's going to be very interesting to see what it's going to. This is going to be quite something to see if we're still here. That is right. In other words, this is going to really cause a lot of interesting stuff to happen as soon as Israel goes in there and they attack Iran. It is. I hope that's not the case. I hope that Trump can reach a deal with Iran, but I don't know if that's going to happen. But it's going to be interesting regardless. I don't want to have a war with Iran. I'm all for a deal, but they've been talking they've had 5 talks and it's not gone anywhere. So I don't know, man. Bubba said Smotrich will not allow signaling a partial deal that gives Hamas oxygen and a lifeline. In other words, they want to strangle Hamas. They want to cut off Hamas and they want to strangle everything out of them. Not literally, but figuratively, so they'll release the hostages. They're going to do everything they can to get rid of Hamas. Smotrich stated that he would not allow a partial deal with Hamas, while FM Gideon Sayer said that if there's a chance to get released hostages, Israel should take it. U.S. envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, announced that a new hostage deal proposal will be sent to Israel and Hamas. In other words, the U.S. is still trying to work out a hostage proposal. They're offering Israel and Hamas a new hostage deal proposal. They're really trying to get Israel to agree to this deal coming up. And like I said, I don't know if Trump is going to turn his back on Israel and, get and try to get them to agree to this whole Israel-Palestinian thing. I don't know if he's on it, but they're definitely trying to do some kind of deal with Israel. But Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich stated that he would not allow a partial deal with Hamas. Meanwhile, Foreign Minister Gideon Saar said that if there is a chance to release hostages, it is appropriate to do so. He said that this is the will of the majority of Israelis. Their previous proposal on the table offered the release of 10 live hostages on the first day of the deal in exchange for a 60-day ceasefire. And Israel rejected that deal. The main point of contention between the parties is what will happen on the final day of ceasefire if no further agreement is reached. If Netanyahu will say that this is not a deal worthy of pursuing, the days of Hamas are numbered. This was interesting. Bubba said that Greece has now come out with a unified digital ID system. Greece launches personal citizen number for a unified digital ID system. It says Greece has launched a unified digital system with the new personal citizen number PCN. The PCN is a new universal ID for Greek citizens across all public services and will replace the older numbers issued by various state agencies. Greece's prime minister said the new personal number that will be assigned to every citizen becomes the key for unlocking any transaction within the public sector. The personal number is unique and will not change throughout a citizen's life. It consists of 12 characters, 3 numeric elements, 2 of which can be selected in the person's tax identification number. Basically, your social security number, I think. I'm not sure, but that's what I think. You got to use your social security number for a lot of things. So I think it's your SSN number. Your tax identification number, I think, is your SSN number. Now, I'm not sure, but yeah, something like that. The update is in line with the European Union Digital Identity Wallet, the European Commission and the World Health Organization, who announced a landmark digital health partnership in June 2023. The WHO took over the European Union system of digital COVID-19 certification to establish a global system that will help facilitate global mobility and protect citizens across the world from future health threats. In other words, it has nothing to do with protecting the citizens. It has to do with control. This was the first building block of the WHO Global Digital Health Certification Network. GDHCN that will develop a wide range of digital products to deliver better health for all. More like bullshit. Get your lies out of here. Subscribers are asking me about the Skymaster nuclear code. Okay, so yeah, this was what was yesterday. This was the Skymaster nuclear codes, or the emergency accident messages that happened yesterday. This was huge. It says, Scar's asking me about the Skymaster nuclear codes that New York Prepper is discussing. So in other words, GWR or Chris, if you watch him, right, he said last night that there was some big news coming out of this, and everything. Global Rapture Watchers dude said that, and everything. And he said there's some big news coming out of it. So yeah, and everything, right? Bubba says something is going on and we have 2 aircraft that are monitoring Iran. Like I said, see, we've got 2 planes watching stuff last night. And everything, right? We got 2 aircraft that are monitoring Iran tonight. as last night we saw the beginning of the first AWACS plane. CESR 73 RC 135V rivet joint. NAT 006 3B Sentry AWACS. They are monitoring south and northwestern Iran. They are literally monitoring the alarm area. They're watching. They're watching off the coast to see what's going on. And everything. They've got planes monitoring that area. So, and everything. I was talking to some colleagues about this last night. There are some major fires in Saskatchewan and Manitoba provinces in Canada. The province of Manitoba has issued a province-wide state of emergency due to multiple active wildfires that have burned over 300,000 acres. These fires have led to the largest evacuation in recent memory, according to local Manitobans, and will require significant resource and cooperation from all levels of government. I've also got a really interesting video too from the Watchmen, 1964. That I was watching. Thousands of residents have been forced to flee their homes in the region due to the ongoing wildfires and due to continued red flag warnings. It's likely the fire will continue to burn out of control for some time. It's also said, massive leak of Russian nuclear documents exposes a crumbling security apparatus, a silo of a Russian intercontinental ballistic missile. Over 200,000 documents were leaked, which outlines the inner workings of Russia's nuclear facilities. This was made public by German press. This is really bad, not just because of the scale, but because of what was leaked. Was the actual physical and digital layout of Russia's strategic nuclear infrastructure. So not only does Iran have nukes, but Russia has, nuclear facilities. And it's a possibility that they could launch nukes at Ukraine. And when that happens, that's a call to World War III. That's when World War III is going to happen. And everything. When they start pulling out the nukes. Okay? And everything. It compromises not site security, but the visibility of a second strike assets. Russia's foreign enemies now have insight into structural vulnerabilities that could take years and billions of dollars to fix. This isn't embarrassing. It could force Russia to rethink entire segments of its nuclear posture. In other words, I guess it's saying Ukraine knows where Russia's nuclear facilities are and they can destroy them. I don't know. But it says Russia's foreign enemies now have insight into structural vulnerabilities. So, kind of interesting. Said this was like someone on the Russian side seriously messed up. Most likely it came from their own procurement or contractor systems, where sensitive documents like base blueprints, tunnel layouts, and IT specs were accidentally uploaded without proper classification or redaction. I wonder how this got leaked. That's kind of interesting. It's not the first time it happened in Russia. It will be interesting to see what happens next. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. The UAE got really mad at Israel this week. That's the United Arab Emirates. The UAE led into Israel over this week's Jerusalem Flag March, criticizing it as an annual spectacle of unchecked violence and extreme provocation while issuing a rare warning against Israel if Jerusalem does not take decisive steps against doing this in the future. It was the second time ever that an Israeli envoy has ever been summoned by Emirati authorities, and the first time since the ongoing Gaza war began. The meeting at the Emirati Foreign Ministry saw the harshest rebuke that Abu Dhabi has ever conveyed to an Israeli official. The Emirati anger was particularly notable as the UAE has kept its ambassador in Tel Aviv maintain daily flights to Israel and even boosted economic cooperation. But the scenes at Monday's flag march appeared to have been too much for Abu Dhabi to accept quietly. Thousands of young religious nationalist participants were filmed chanting racist slogans such as "Death to Arabs" and "May your village burn" as they marched through the Muslim quarter of the old city. Participants verbally harassed and physically assaulted Palestinian locals. Revelers vandalized property through an exception not to damage a number of ATM machines. They had signs on them explaining to participants that the ATMs belonged to fellow Jews. Several far-right ministers participated in the March on Jerusalem Day, which marked the reunification of the city in the 1967 Six-Day War, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to participants at a ceremony capping off the event. Israeli police commissioner said that no arrests were made and that only a small number of participants were briefly detained, insisting that those misbehaving made up to 1% of revelers. Yeah, so this probably has a lot more to it. They're always going to call it with some kind of headline to blame Israel. They always want to blame Israel for the fact that it's their fault. It's always blamed on them. It's never blamed on Hamas or the Palestinians. It's always Israel. So yeah, you can't believe what the mainstream media tells you, bro. So yeah. Bubba said, MBS of the UAE without his official Arab attire. Mohammed bin Salman, basically, is what MBS is. This is not an isolated incident. It happens every year, and year after year they allow it to unfold without consequence. The already officials said, we have made clear in no uncertain terms that we expect them to take decisive steps to put an end to this. They would do well to take that exception extremely seriously. The UAE officially warned Israel. A separate statement from the UAE Foreign Ministry on its decision to summon Israeli Ambassador Yossi Shelley also took issue with the Monday visit made by hundreds of Israel religious nationalists to the Temple Mount. Among the visitors, the far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who said he prayed there in violation of the so-called status quo, under which non-Muslim prayer is banned. Yeah, it's illegal or against certain things to go pray on the Temple Mount. Right now it is, and everything, right? But they're working out a deal to try to get Israel to agree, and they're saying they're going to throw in the Temple Mount, which is like this peace package or whatnot. They're saying so. Something. Ben-Gvir declared that his policy overseeing the police had upended the status quo by allowing Jews to openly pray and lie fully prostrate at the Flashpoint Temple Mount holy site. Ben-Gvir was flanked on his visit by several lawmakers from his party and other far-right lawmakers separately filmed walking across the holy site with an Israeli flag, repeatedly declaring the Temple Mount is in our hands. The UAE Foreign Ministry statement said Israeli actions in Jerusalem on Monday represent dangerous incitement against Muslims and are a flagrant violation of the sanctity of the whole city. Abu Dhabi called on Israel to demand these hostile acts and hold perpetrators accountable without exception for ministers and officials. So, they're getting really close to this thing coming up in June, man. And I think that's going to lead to the Psalms 83 war and then the temple. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Some big stuff's coming up. MBS is a major part of the coming two-state solution. MBS and MBZ are working hand in hand. They can't wait for the UN meeting on question of Palestine coming up June 17th to 20th. Bubba said, will there be a Gaza deal? Will there be an Iran deal? Premiere at midnight tonight. So he put out this video, and I want to watch that. And then this was today. It said, this will not go over well. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz will establish 22 new settlements in the West Bank in a strategic move aimed at preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state. Although Israel signed the Oslo Accords in 1993, it was simultaneously working to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. When the Oslo Accords were signed, the number of settlers in the West Bank was approximately 115,000. This number has increased over the years, reaching nearly 1,000 today. By 2023, settlers had established approximately 256 outposts for shepherds and farms in the West Bank, and the number of official settlements called cities had risen to 151. In addition, roads, infrastructure, and dozens of military sites and factories were built. This is from Israel National News. Historic decision. Israel approves 22 new communities in Judea and Samaria. In landmark move led by Defense Minister Israel Katz and French Minister Bezalel Smotrich, Israel's cabinet authorizes new settlements including in Homish, and Sinur as part of strategy to solidify Israeli presence and block a Palestinian state. More on this landmark session led by Defense Minister Israel Katz and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who also serves as a minister in the Defense Ministry. This is a big for Israel's diplomatic security cabinet to approve this historic decision to establish 22 new Jewish communities through Judea and Samaria. Yeah, Israel and Bibi were talking about taking the West Bank and annexing, and doing so with Judea and Samaria. This will change the face of the area in Gaza. This will change the face of the area and shape the future of the settlements for the decades to come. Among the most significant aspects of the decision is the historic return to Homish and Sinur, effectively implementing the repeal of the disagreement law in northern Samaria. This now clears the path for the reestablishment of Jewish communities in these locations. This move will correct historical injustice and reform the Jewish people's rights to their land. The plan also includes the establishment of 4 new communities along the eastern border with Jordan, reinforcing Israel's strategic presence and national security along its frontier. Which, I guess that's a good thing. I don't know. I mean, they're trying to block a 2-state thing because they don't want an Israeli-Palestinian state. These two are really going to stir up the world to despise Israel even more than their current despise the Jews. I don't know who these two people are. I want to watch that video from Bubba. Defense Minister Israel Katz declared, this historic decision to establish 22 new communities in Judea and Samaria strengthens our hold on the land, anchors our historical right to the land of Israel, and delivers a crushing answer to Palestinian terrorism aimed at Armenian settlements. Yeah, it talks about how people that try to come up against Israel, it's going to be a heavy stone, which is going to cause a lot of problems for them. In their final days, it says that I will make Israel a stone for all peoples, a heavy stone for all peoples. So basically, it means that Israel will become a problem for a lot of people to come against it. And everything, right? Yet, the Jewish settlements in Judea and Samaria serve as a vital security barrier for Israel's major population centers. We must do everything in our power to expand and reinforce this protective shield. The decision we made today is not just about strengthening the settlements on the state's eastern border, it's also a strategic move to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state that would endanger Israel, and it serves as a buffer zone against our enemies. This is a Zionist security. So, there you go again with that stuff. A national response in a clear decision about the future of the land. Minister Bezalel Smotrich said, this is a great day for the settlements and an important day for the state of Israel. Through determined leadership and intense work, we have succeeded with God's help in achieving a deep strategic shift. Returning the state of Israel to its path of building, Zionism, and vision. Settlement in our ancestral home is Israel's shield wall. Today we take a giant step toward strengthening it. The next step is sovereignty. Israel wants to annex more of the West Bank. This will not go over well with the global political echelon that wants to give Palestine their own state. This is why we're having a meeting at the UN June 17th, 20th. This is, I think this has Psalms 83 possibly happening. I don't know if that's coming after, coming at the end of May, or that's coming sometime in June, but yeah. Yeah, the global elites, the global political echelon, the global elites, they will not stand for Israel annexing the West Bank and taking over Gaza. They're trying to stop that. They put an embargo on Israel, weapons embargo. They want to put sanctions on Israel. They want to do everything they can to get Israel to force Israel to agree to somehow have this happen. So yeah, the global political elites, okay, when it comes to rights, and everything, they don't want this. Smotrich concluded with a biblical declaration from 1 Maccabees 15:33. We do not take a foreign land, but the inheritance of our forefathers. Israel Minister Mackie, check it out. Sometimes I don't know how to pronounce these names. Responds to the largest hostage deal presented by U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff. Okay, so this is what the U.S. is offering Hamas and Israel now, after the last one. It says, against it, enough with this salami tactic. Let our fighters finish the mission. Hamas should surrender and lay down their weapons. All hostages in exchange for the surviving Hamas leaders. Exit from Gaza, nothing less. And I agree, that's a good deal, but I don't know if it's going to happen. And everything, right? I agree that Hamas should surrender and lay down their weapons and all the hostages should come back. But I don't know if that's going to happen. And like I said, the global elites hate Bibi and Trump and what they're doing, including with Iran. And they hate Trump's Gaza plan. So they're going to try to find a way to stop it. I don't know how, but yeah. This stuff is not going to go down well. This thing with, like I said, they're going to try to find a way to stop this thing Israel's doing. So, Bubba said, Ynet is reporting that Netanyahu has Okay. This is interesting. This is huge news. This is very huge news. It says, Ynet is reporting that Netanyahu has instructed the IDF to prepare for a possible independent strike on Iran without U.S. involvement. That means we're going to see this in the next couple of days. Unclear if this is an Israeli pressure tactic for the nuclear deal or a prep for an actual strike. Probably prep for a strike, because Iran's not interested in agreeing to a deal. And they're not going to stand by and let Trump continue to just pull this. They're not going to stand by and let Trump continue to just pull this out and nothing goes anywhere. The messaging is on purpose. Usually when Israel plans to strike someone or something, it keeps it secret until the very last moment. Remember the strike on Nazareli in Beirut, or the strike on Israel? They were always kept secret and came as a sudden surprise. So yeah, when they say peace and safety, maybe that's what they say. Maybe that's the whole when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction. Maybe. I don't know. We could have a rapture soon, guys. We could have a rapture very soon. If they're saying it openly now, it must be something different. Iran better fold to the zero enrichment nuclear deal or face the total destruction of their nuclear sites. We know how this will end. Yeah, Jeremiah 49:37. But it's interesting, man. But something's got to give soon, man. Okay, so it says China said they thought they had truce with the U.S. Huh. Alright, so let's see if there's anything I missed here. China thought it had truce with the U.S., then Trump dropped 2 bombshells. A one punch from the United States risks shattering the already fragile trade war truce between Washington and Beijing, with Chinese tech companies and students being both dealt shock blows by the Trump administration Wednesday night. Viewed from within China, things have been looking up after the world's two largest economies agreed to radically roll back steep tariffs, a conciliatory step in a trade war that threatened the entire global trading system. Factories started whirring again. Long-delayed shipping containers began leaving Chinese ports destined for the U.S. Chinese media celebrated the agreement as a national victory, while top officials adapted an upbeat tone in describing cooperation between the two superpower rivals. But the two jabs from Washington on Wednesday will have far-reaching efforts across China, angering families and authorities alike. They also throw into question the future of U.S.-China trade talks. The temporary truce only lasts 90 days, and the clock is ticking to reach a longer-term agreement. The first hit came in a Financial Times report on Wednesday that says moves by U.S. President Donald Trump had effectively cut off some American companies from selling software used to design semiconductors to China. The Siemens spokesperson later told CNN that the U.S. government on Friday informed the industry about new expert controls on chip designing software to China and Chinese military end users globally. These small chips, which power our smartphones, computers, automobiles, and home appliances, have been at the fore of the U.S.-China tech battle in recent years. The Biden administration had blocked China from accessing U.S.-made semiconductors, and earlier this month, Washington warned companies against using AI chips made by Chinese tech giant Huawei. The obstacles were infuriating for Beijing, especially since it has poured billions of dollars into the semiconductor industry aiming to boost production at home and become less reliant on the U.S. and other countries. Lei Pengju, a spokesperson for the Chinese embassy in the U.S., declined to comment on the reported chip software move, but accused the U.S. of overstretching the concept of national security, abuse to export controls, and maliciously blocking and suppressing China in a statement to CNN. But it was the second blow from the White House that landed right in the living rooms of Chinese families, with U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio saying the U.S. will aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students, basically those in critical fields or with connections to the Chinese Communist Party. It's hard to overestimate the impact. There was more than 270,000 Chinese students in the U.S. in 2024, and even more before the pandemic. While some hail from China's political and business elites, many also come from middle-class families. The path to the U.S. is attractive but arduous. Chinese families save for years and spend exorbitant amounts of money to send their kids abroad, with students attending cram schools or hiring tutors to post their applications. Rubio announcement jeopardizes all of that, with students now facing potential deportation in the middle of their hard-won education. Given China's one-party state that reaches deep into nearly every aspect of society, it can be difficult or impossible for many students to disapprove any claims that they're connected to the Chinese Communist Party. Well, they are. China's a communist country. And Trump's right. China is a communist country. It is a group of people that work long hours and barely get paid anything, compared to your average U.S. citizen that at least actually gets minimum wage. But Chinese people barely get paid anything, when it comes to right, because it's a communist country. China is as communist as you can get. Especially the State Department defines the term loosely. A spokesperson for China's foreign ministry said on Thursday it strongly opposes the move, accusing the U.S. of unjustly revoking visas under the pretext of ideology and national security. Gandhi, a statistics student at the University of Michigan who did not want... Okay, so it just said Hamas received Witkoff's new Gaza deal. So I have to look and see what that's about. Who did not want to give her full name, says she feared her visa would be canceled before she graduates. Ending up with only a high school diploma is something I dread, she said, for China, where she visited family. I pray to make through my undergraduate studies safely and smoothly. When I first heard the news, I wanted to curse Trump. While the visa threat comes as a shock, some argue that targeting students may in fact be a boon to China in the end. The number of Chinese students in the U.S. have been declining in recent years, partly because of significant shifts in both policy and public precipitation. Experts' perception. I said precipitation. Perception. Experts say many China students and families now worry about safety, racism, and discrimination, and immigration difficulties in the U.S., especially as more competitive higher education options open in other countries, including in China itself. Trump's crackdown can see more Chinese scholars, including some of the brightest minds in their fields, return to their home country or choose to stay in the first place, rejecting a U.S. education for a Chinese degree instead. And these resources, including key leaders in technological fields, could be the key to China catching up with or suppressing the U.S., the very thing many Trump officials are trying to prevent. Wednesday did bring one bit of good news for China. A federal court blocked Trump from imposing most of his global tariffs, including the current 30% tariffs on China. But the administration immediately appealed the decision, leaving the status of those tariffs and the trade war up in the air. And then there was something about China, too, besides this. Oh, whoa, this is crazy. It says, long-range U.S. nuclear bombers sent to Pacific in face of China aggression. This is what I was looking for. Yeah. It says the U.S. has dispatched long-range bombers capable of carrying up to 70,000 pounds of nuclear weapons to its military hub in the western Pacific Ocean. Andersen Air Force Base, located in Guam, serves as a strategic staging area for projecting power across the region as part of the second island chain, a maritime choke point aimed at deteriorating potential Chinese naval expansion. The U.S. Pacific Air Forces confirmed that the Bomber Task Force BTF deployment of multiple B-52H Stratofortress bombers arrived at the airbase this month, bolstering strategic deterrence missions in the Indo-Pacific region. This coincidences with the U.S. redeployment of its NMESIS ship-sinking missile system in the Philippines as part of strategic war games, including the Philippines, South Korea, Japan, and the UK. These drills, dubbed Exercise Comdad 9, will continue until June, emphasizing the global importance of maritime security, the value of fostering multinational maritime domain awareness, and a shared commitment to peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region, according to the U.S. Marine Corps. In other words, dude, they're preparing for war. They're preparing for war with Iran in case something happens. And they say this is going to continue into June. So, and everything, right? So, yeah. Get ready to get out of here soon. The U.S. Air Force has deployed its second bomb wing, a B-52H bomber unit typically based at Louisiana Barksdale Air Force Base, posting a video indicating that an unspecific number of bombers have been sent to Guam. The video caption notes that BTF mission offer opportunities to train and collaborate with regional allies and partners across different combat command areas of operations. Earlier this year, the Andersen Air Force Base welcomed another deployment of 4 B-1B bombers. Unlike the nuclear capability B-52H, these bombers can carry up to 75,000 tons of conventional weapons, reports the Express, with Chinese warships conducting drills in the region and threatening an immediate attack on Taiwan. Tensions are currently high. Bomber Task Force missions demonstrate the credibility of our force to address a global security environment that is more diverse and uncertain than any other time in recent history, said the U.S. Air Force 2nd Bomb Wing. In addition to its ability to carry up to 70,000 pounds of nuclear weapons, the B-52H boasts worldwide precision navigation capability to the range of 8,800 miles and a top speed of 650 miles per hour. While no return date has been set for the B-52H bombers, the U.S. Pacific Air Forces confirmed to Newsweek. The BTF enables different types of strategic bombers to operate in the Indo-Pacific from a broad array of overseas and continental U.S. locations with great operational resilience. The U.S. Air Force using cutting-edge capabilities to integrate with other Department of Defense components, allies, and partners in delivering air power worldwide. They're setting up to counter a threat made by China to Taiwan. So, interesting. Trump threatens new dark age with policy of deliberate destruction. What is this? President Donald Trump administration pausing a deliberate destruction of education, science, and history, wrote Adam Serwer in the scathing analysis for the Atlantic published on Tuesday, and it recalls the dark ages that followed the fall of the Roman Empire. Every freak brings fresh examples for Serwer. President Trump's threatening colleges and universities with the false federal funding if they don't submit to his demands, or even if they do. The engines of American scientific inquiry and ingenuity, such as the National Science Foundation and National Institutes of Health, are under sustained attack. Historical institutions such as Smithsonian and artistic ones like the Kennedy Center are being converted into homes for MAGA ideology rather than historical fact and free expression. One of the most prominent of these attacks is on Harvard University, which the administration today announced it will have its remaining grants canceled. He said the matter is currently the focus of illegal actions as Harvard fights back, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. The purge is already sniffling out free thought across the country. Libraries are losing funding. Government employed scientists are being dismissed from their jobs. Educators are being quoted into silence, and researchers are being warned not to broach forbidden subjects. Entire databases of public health information collected over decades are at risk of vanishing. In fact, they contradict the gospel of Trumpism are treated as heretical. Interesting. The result of all this will be to undermine Americans' ability to comprehend the world around us. He warned, like the Inquisitors of old, who persecuted Galileo for daring to notice that the sun did not, in fact, revolve around the earth. They believe in truth-seeking perils that are holding on power. And the harm done to America's ability to conduct basic research to improve our lives and advance technology is hard for lay people to comprehend, he continued. While private companies do a lot of innovation themselves, the research leads to invention tends to be costly gamble. For this reason, the government often takes on the initial risk that private firms cannot be, for instance, commercial flight, radar, microchips, space flight, advanced prosthetics, lactose-free milk, MRI machines. The list of government-supported research is practically endless. Triumphs, and even when private companies do their own research, it takes a backseat to profit. After all, ExxonMobil knew climate change would real decades ago. No solution to raise global by finding swims. That's interesting. Yeah, so I wanted to go over this stuff about Elon. This thing about Elon is something I was interested in wanting to talk about yesterday. I thought this was a very interesting story. It says Elon was leaving Trump administration, capping turbulent tenure. Elon did not agree with a lot of stuff Trump did, or was not a fan of it. Yeah, so to cite what people's thoughts are on Elon Musk, he didn't like a lot of what. Anyway, so it says billionaire tech CEO Elon Musk is leaving the Trump administration after leading a tumultuous efficiency drive during which he upended several federal agencies but ultimately failed to deliver the generational savings he had sought. His off-boarding will begin tonight. A White House official told Reuters later Wednesday confirming Musk's departure from government. Musk earlier Wednesday took to social media platform X to thank President Donald Trump as his time as a special government employee with the Department of Government Efficiency draws to an end. His departure was quick and ceremonious. He did not have a formal conversation with Trump or announcing his exit. According to a source with knowledge of the matter, who added that his departure was decided at a senior staff level. While the precise circumstances of his exit were not immediately clear, he leaves a day after criticizing Trump's marquee tax bill, calling it too expensive and the measure that would undermine his work with the U.S. Doge service. Some senior White House officials, including Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, were particularly irked by these comments, and the White House was forced to call Republican senators to reiterate Trump's support for the package. A source familiar with the matter said. While Musk remains close to the president, his exit comes after a gradual but steady slide in standing. After Trump's inauguration, the billionaire quickly emerged as a powerful force in Trump's orbit. Hypervisual, unapologetically brash, and unfettered by traditional norms, at the Conservative Political Action Conference in February, he branched a red metallic chainsaw into wild cheers. This is a chainsaw of bureaucracy, he declared. On the campaign trail, Musk said Doge will be able to cut at least $200 trillion in federal spending. Doge currently estimates his efforts have saved $175 billion so far, a number Reuters was unable to independently verify. Musk did not hide his animus for the federal workforce, and he predicted that revoking the COVID-era privilege of telework would trigger a wave of voluntary terminations that we welcome. But some cabinet members were initially embraced. Musk's outsider energy grew weary of his tactics, sources said. Over time, they grew more confident, pushing back against his job cuts Encouraged by Trump's remainder in early March, the staffing decisions rested with Department Secretaries, not with Musk. Musk clashed with three of Trump's most senior cabinet members, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He told Trump's trade advisor Peter Navarro a moron. He called Trump's trade advisor Peter Navarro a moron and dumber than a sack of bricks. Navarro dismissed the insults, saying, "I've been called worse." At the same time, Musk began to hint that his time in government would come to a close, while expressing frustration at times that he could not more aggressively cut spending. In an April 2022 Tesla conference call, he signaled that he would be significantly scaling back his government works to focus on his business. The federal bureaucracy situation is much worse than I realized. Musk told the Washington Post this week, "I thought there were problems, but it sure is an uphill battle trying to improve things in D.C., to say the least." Yeah, you think? Doge goes on. Musk's 130-day mandate as a special government employee in the Trump administration was set to expire around May 30th. The administration said Doge's efforts to restructure and strengthen the federal government will continue. Several cabinet secretaries are discussing with the White House how to proceed without further alienating congressional Republicans. But even as department heads would keep some Doge's infrastructure in place, they will likely move to exert control over budget and staffing, sources have told Reuters. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government, Musk said. Trump and Doge have managed to cut nearly 12%, or 260,000 of the 2.3 million strong federal civilian workforce, largely through threats of firings, buyouts, and early retirement offers. A Reuters review of agency departures found, at the same time, Doge has hit a number of roadblocks, with federal courts at times propping back up agencies shortly after Doge had moved to eliminate them. In some cases, staff and funding cuts have led to purchasing bottlenecks, increased costs, and a brain drain of scientific and technological talent. The most recent source of friction came on Tuesday when Musk criticized the price tag of Republicans' tax and budget legislation making its way through Congress. "I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that Doge team is doing," Musk told CBS News. One source said the billionaire's decision to trash Trump's bill on television deeply upset senior White House aides. The political activities have drawn protests, and some investors have called for him to leave his work as Trump advisor and more closely manage Tesla. Yeah, go back to Tesla, Musk. You didn't belong in the government to begin with. Alright. Which has seen falls in sales and its stock price. Alright. Musk, the world's richest person, has defended his role as an unelected official as granted unprecedented authority by Trump to dismantle parts of the U.S. government. Having spent nearly $300 million to back Trump's presidential campaign on other Republicans last year, he said earlier this month he would eventually cut his political spending. "I think I've done enough," Musk said at an economic forum with the heart. Yeah, I can see why he left. Okay, Harry S. Truman is conducting strikes. USS Truman is conducting largest airstrikes in Navy history, it says. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it said Musk was disappointed in Trump's big beautiful bill. Anyway, I don't know. Oh, wow. Yeah. It says former Russian president threatens Trump with World War III after Putin criticism. After, saying that Russia was playing with fire. This is interesting. So it says former Russian president has threatened World War III after Trump criticized Vladimir Putin for his actions in Ukraine. The U.S. branded the comments by inflammatory Dmitry Medvedevich reckless as the war of the worlds between the two global powers continue to ramp up. It says how our diplomatic efforts appear beyond going despite the public clashes and the rare move. U.S. embassy officials were seen attending a security meeting in Moscow on Wednesday. The latest tit for tat began at the weekend when Trump called the Russian leader crazy following an airstrike on Kyiv. He doubled down on criticism Tuesday in a post on Truth Social. What Vladimir Putin doesn't realize is that if it weren't for me, a lot of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. And I mean really bad. He's playing with fire. Medvedev, who served as a Russian president from 2008 to 2012 and is now a top security official, flipped Trump's remarks to write, I only know of one really bad thing, World War III. I hope Trump understands this. Trump's special envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, then waded into the road. Striking fears of World War III is an unfortunate reckless comment by Medvedev Russia and unfitting of the world's power. He wrote on X, President Trump and POTUS is working to stop this war and end the killing. We await receipt of RU Mandarin term sheet that you promised a week ago. Ceasefire now. The signing of two U.S. officials from the embassy in Moscow at an internal security forum in the Russian capital is notable, as if it marks the first time an American delegation has attended such an event since before Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Counselor for Political and Economic Affairs, Air Jordan II, and Secretary Jeremy Ventuso were seen at the international meeting of high representatives for security issues. The Russian leader opened up at the event saying that Moscow's approach to security, which includes its war in Ukraine, remains fundamental and unchanged. The move was likely a low-cost gesture, signaling the Trump administration's continued desire to normalize relations with Moscow, says Seb Green, professor of Russian politics at King's College London. For Moscow, he added, the invitation is the latest attempt to signal to supposed seriousness about talks with the U.S., without actually giving anything up. Just a day earlier, after Trump's initial comments about Putin becoming crazy, Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov says the U.S. leader was a man who wants results, but who had got emotional. He added that Europe was trying to sabotage the efforts of Russia and the U.S. to broker peace. It referenced efforts to sanction Moscow for refusing to agree to a truce in Ukraine. President Trump has made he wants results. Lavrov said at a press conference with his Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan. He says some of the Europeans are working to sabotage his efforts. I mean, he's right. On a peace settlement, pushing Ukraine to absolutely reckless actions. Of course he gets emotional, and of course as someone who does not like anything to stand in the way of his noble goals, he looks at it as a certain way. Shifts rhetoric. The most important thing is not to focus on mere rhetoric, but rather to ensure that Europe stops sabotaging our peace plans, which are supported by both the U.S. and Turkey, into which Russia is fully committed. Russian state media has subtly played down Trump's latest comments, highlighting that the U.S. president has yet to take any action against Moscow despite his recent warnings. Dmitry Durius is a Russian political commentator for Kommersant, described Trump's latest comments as a skirmish across the ocean. From beautiful phrases about wonderful negotiations about the fact that a breakthrough on the path to peace is about to happen, Donald Trump has moved on no to threats, or rather to reapproaches. You can also call it an exchange of pleasantries. A skirmish across the ocean, he wrote. Nevertheless, nothing terrible has happened yet. So, okay. The Putin saying Trump don't dictate, yeah. Russia declares won't spare Ukraine. Hmm. Yeah, something like that. Hmm. Hmm. Trump president in a new golden age for cryptocurrency. Huh. What is this? Under the administration of President Donald Trump, the United States is experiencing an unprecedented embrace of cryptocurrency, making a significant moment in the relatively brief 16-year history of its financial technology. According to Yahoo News, this embrace extends beyond Bitcoin, BTC, to encompass a wide array of digital currencies, including altcoins, stablecoins, and meme coins. Crypto enthusiasts are characterizing this era as a new golden age for cryptocurrency. The question arises, are there assertions accurate, and if so, what investments should be prioritized at this time? In 2024 presidential campaign, President Trump pledged a comprehensive reform of the cryptocurrency industry, and he has proceeded to deliver on that promise. The pace of regulatory change has been swift, leading to challenges and staying informed by developments. A significant overhaul of the Securities and Exchange Commission has removed regulatory obstacles that previously hindered the cryptocurrency sector. This shift has facilitated the growth of companies such as Coinbase Global and enabled cryptocurrencies like XRP to address regulatory dilemmas as they approach 2025. The new adapted anything goes philosophy regarding cryptocurrency has permitted MicroStrategy, MSTR, now operating under the name Strategy, to continue its substantial Bitcoin acquisition effort. In addition, numerous emerging companies are being established with the full purpose of purchasing Bitcoin. Moreover, the U.S. government is now exploring avenues to acquire Bitcoin for a strategic Bitcoin reserve, which was initiated in March. However, this shift toward a pro-cryptocurrency stance is not without its potential pitfalls. There have been significant concerns regarding possible conflict of interest involving President Trump and his family. Notably, shortly before his assumption of office, President Trump launched an official Trump meme coin, while his family introduced a new cryptocurrency venture, World Liberty Financial, during the 2024 electoral cycle. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. All right, so I'll be right back, and then I want to watch this video.
See what Bubba has to say about this. You know, I don't. Skydiving, jumping out of a plane, just it doesn't interest me.
Well, I don't think it interests most people. I don't think that's the thing. Like, it's not that it doesn't, it's scary, but it's, I mean, I guess I'm not trying to be like, we're different. It's just, I mean, it's a very crazy hobby, dude. You know, it's crazy. I talk to a lot of people about this now, and they're like, that's insane. You're not the odd man out.
I don't
Just
want to
you
live a
don't
life of crazy, with crazy shit unless I have to. That's not me.
Yeah.
And besides, Mom probably wouldn't want me doing that here. She would be worried about that. Mom would be worried about me going off to skydiving. That would worry her to death. She's already going through stuff. I don't want to put her through more work. I'm going out to the phone.
Hey, bud.
Okay. I
Call. Call. Call.
I kind of want to watch this. Okay. And one more thing. Okay. All right. I want to see what's going on with this. Let's see.
Hey guys, Bubba here with the Bubba News, all in one word, all in one news. How are you guys doing tonight? Goodness, it's hard to keep up. It's now Tuesday, May 28th. I'm doing this recording at almost 11 p.m. I took a day off yesterday, Monday. I needed to take a break from all this news. Seriously, sometimes this stuff will give you PTSD when you're trying to put all the pieces together and try to line it up and whatnot. But oh man, here we are. It is now May 28th. Goodness, guys, we are getting close to Shavuot, Pentecost time frame. And we're going to talk about that too at the end. But you know, we're going to talk a lot tonight about, excuse me there, a deal or no deal. Because you know what, with the Middle East, you know, with Gaza and Hamas, the hostage deal, you know, deal or no deal there. Or we're going to talk about the Iranian nuclear deal, of course. But quit blabbing, Bubba. Just get back to the news. Let's get going. Well, you know what, let's just start off with where we left off the other night. Because more and more countries are turning on Israel. That's no joke. And this came out on Monday, and the UK is now agreeing. This was kind of
wow. I messed it up. Shit hit my keyboard. Go back.
In Israel.
Okay.
They also want to confirm that the UK will adhere to its obligation to execute arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court in relation to the Israeli ministers. So that's really heating up. And that's going to keep growing too, but you know what? The Bible does not need to be rewritten. It just needs to be reread. Seriously, guys, if you guys aren't reading the Bible and digging in lately, please, I strongly suggest and recommend that you do, because the scriptures are literally screaming off the pages right now as we're growing into the end times. I mean, everything with Iran, you know, Persia's mentioned there in Ezekiel 38, I believe, verse 5. But, you know what, Iran, Aragachi, he came out yesterday, and he's talking about, as this gets going, he stated that we've basically known all along. There's not going to be any nuclear deal to even talk about very soon. If the UK position is zero enrichment in Iran, then there's nothing left for us to discuss on the nuclear issue. So we've got to keep an eye on that. We're going to come back to that. But I saw this, and I wanted to throw this up too, because I wonder if this is just the beginning. I don't know if you guys saw this story, but AI disobeyed the human instructions and acted on its own. The AI then destroyed the shutdown safety mechanism that is incorporated into the program that AI used in its knowledge, or its data bank of knowledge, to prevent this AI from even being shut down. I mean, what happened was the AI model was created by OpenAI, the owner of ChatGPT. And it was caught by researchers disobeying human instructions and preventing its shutdown.
Yeah, they're trying to shut it down, and O3 disobeyed.
He owns OpenAI.
O3 stayed on.
He's the same dude that has that eye scanning
They made it go
that
through a
wants
shutdown
to record
test.
your iris, your eyeball, you know, and give you WorldCoin crypto for your biometric information. So this is the newest O3 model developed by OpenAI, and it's the smartest and most capable to date. But basically, the O3 model sabotaged a shutdown mechanism to prevent itself from being shut off. So experts have warned that this AI software could gain independence and resist any human efforts to control it in the future. Well, it sounds like that time's already now. But you know, just like a bad assembly line of countries falling into place, Australia is next. We just talked about the UK. Now, Australia yesterday, the top representative to the UN, James Larson, raised speculation of an imminent shift in Australian policy by saying in a speech Monday night that a two-state solution was the only hope for ending the cycle of violence between Israelis and Palestinians. So he called on the Albanese government to sanction Prime Minister Netanyahu and recognize a Palestinian statehood within weeks. A move he said could help resuscitate stalled efforts to achieve a two-state solution. So Australia is now on the boat. They're going to announce recognition of Palestine come this UN June conference, June 17th through the 20th, because France and Saudi Arabia are still co-hosting the high-profile meeting at the UN, June 17th through the 20th, aimed at creating momentum for a two-state solution. And many nations, including France, is going to use this conference to officially recognize a Palestinian statehood. So here's what he said. He said that the recognition is their policy, and Penny Wong and her colleagues have been wrestling only with the timing. And the timing now is absolutely right. This is going to get nuts. But even last night, and we're going to talk about tonight, because tonight they did this as well. But very interesting, because this happened last night. AWACS aircraft were flying there in Turkey, near the western border of Iran. NATO's E-3A Sentry AWACS aircraft was active over eastern Turkey, monitoring Iran. And the E-3 Sentry is an airborne warning and control system. That's what AWACS means. And this aircraft provides all-weather surveillance, command, control, and communications needed by commanders of the United States, NATO, and other allied air defense forces. So this is the premier air battle command and control aircraft in the world today. But on Sunday, 4 additional KC-135 Stratotanker refueling aircraft arrived in Diego Garcia. So now satellites are showing, and I forgot to throw up, maybe I did later in the Twitter, or the Telegram here, or the YouTube, whatever we're doing. It's hard to keep up, but I think I have a more clear picture. But anyway, there's now 4 B-52 bombers. There's 10 of the KC-135 Stratotankers, the refuelers. There's a C-17 aircraft there. There's a 6 F-15Es. I believe they're Eagles that are now protecting it. And there's one C-5 Galaxy there. So there still could be additional aircraft under those 4 shelters there. It'd be wild if there were still a couple B-2s there. Mm-hmm. And they just made us think that they all left. So I don't know if the Israel or maybe the U.S. is thinking about attack plans on Iran, but I do expect to see more military movement in the next few days. And a lot of you guys saw that stuff tonight with New York Trapper, and I guess there was a bunch of those EAM messages going out. And there was that Skymaster nuclear exercise going on today and tonight. That's what that was, but still, there's going to be a lot of movement. And I believe that a lot of movement that these guys are starting to catch on could be stuff that's heading towards the Middle East as well. So somehow or another, I expect this weekend to be fairly explosive in nature. At least the very strong possibility is there. That's for sure. I mean, even last week, Trump cautioned Prime Minister Netanyahu in a phone call, and he told Bibi not to take any action that could jeopardize the negotiations between the United States and Iran on the new nuclear deal. But Israel's been making preparations to swiftly strike Iran's nuclear sites if the U.S. and Iran nuclear talks break down in the coming days and weeks. One source said that Israel believes its operational window for a successful strike could close soon. So Israel's starting to get antsy. And some U.S. officials are worried that Netanyahu might order a strike on Iran. That's what the U.S. is worried about, that Netanyahu might go ahead, even without getting a green light from Trump. Of course, the Ayatollah Khomeini's game is to have talks, to continue to stall out, to slowly keep the clock moving forward. But meanwhile, they continue to work around the clock to obtain their goal, and that's nuclear warheads. I mean, and I'm going to show this real quick clip from I-24 News, but, Israel's bracing for the possible collapse of the Iran and U.S. talks, and it just reminds me of Psalm 83, verse 4, where it says, they have said, come and let us wipe them out as a nation, that the name of Israel be remembered no more.
A lot of reports that Israel is in the advanced planning stages of
this video was interesting.
nuclear sites in Iran.
Not only in advanced
They
stages,
showed all of their nuclear sites.
Laura, but such a strike wouldn't be a one-off. This would be reportedly days, if not more than a week long of strikes targeting the wide array of Iran's nuclear program, as we can see now on the map, is peppered with nuclear sites and military sites, all posing a direct threat to Israel. The sites in yellow, nuclear sites; the sites in red are military sites. But let's zero in on some...
Yeah, so it's Parchin, Bordeaux, Nednez, Ishbin, Iraq,
key facilities that if there were to be a strike on Iran's nuclear program,
There's also Bashir, but Bashir is not exactly dangerous because that is a nuclear, no, that is nuclear energy.
these are the key
That's not exactly
names
like these, but there's a Bashir nuclear reactor, and that's different from the other.
that we would hear. So let's start.
But these are all the main nuclear. These are all like the main sites where they're building nukes.
With Natanz and Fordow. These are the key
Nuclear
uranium
energy.
enrichment sites in
Nuclear energy is
Iran,
not necessarily
closer
dangerous.
to the capital, Tehran.
But these are somewhere they're building
I'm gonna pause
missiles.
it real quick, just because Arak, Fordo, Natanz, Isfahan, and the Bushehr, that's all in Elam.
You have Arak, a more strategic site, heavy water reactor and production facility. Then you have in Isfahan, which can be described as the nuclear capital of Iran, where you have a uranium conversion plant, fuel manufacturing site, and other key nuclear facilities. And then you have Parchin, more to the north. That is a missile site where traces of uranium have been found in the past by the IAEA inspectors, and Iran refuses to give further information. Here down to the south, you have Bushehr, a strategic nuclear power station, and altogether these are some of the key sites, Laura, in Iran's nuclear program. It says it is only for civilian purposes. Obviously, the facts pose otherwise, in addition to the rhetoric of the Iranian regime supremely.
I don't think Bashir is as a problem as these are. That's why Bashir is kind of more.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei multiple times saying that Israel needs to be wiped off the map.
Could be.
And so if Israel were to strike, these
But
would
Fordo,
be
Nednez, and Ishban, I've heard those are like.
the leading sites, and the names should ring a bell in the ears of the viewers.
Israel needs to be wiped off the map. Psalm 83, verse 4. This is starting to get cuckoo town. But yesterday and today, this was kind of wild too, because they met in D.C. These three guys here. You got Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs Ron Dermer on the right. You've got the Israeli Mossad Director David Barnea there on the left, and you've got the Middle East envoy there, Steve Witkoff. Well, they all three met with senior Pentagon officials. And this Middle East trio was discussing the ongoing efforts to reach a hostage and ceasefire deal in Gaza, but as well as also talk about the nuclear talks with Iran. So, Israel remains America's number one indispensable ally, the only democracy in the Middle East and a critical partner to counter Iran's nuclear threats. While most foreign aid vanishes into corrupt regimes, collaboration with Israel directly strengthens U.S. security, intelligence sharing, and defense innovation. I mean, the nuclear talks with Iran are for one purpose only. Seriously. Just like how police have to go through certain things before a wiretap, they must show every other avenue was explored. It's called exhaustion. We've all heard the term. They've exhausted all efforts, etc. Well, Israel is close to getting U.S. permission to strike. But this also is coming out. The International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, is likely to release its quarterly report on Iran this week. The last quarterly report was actually there on February 26, 27th time frame. So the report's going to include details on the pace and the scope of Iran's enrichment, as well as other aspects of its program. So, this report could show some evidence of whether or not talks with the U.S. have brought any concessions from Iran yet. The U.S. is outwardly hopeful, at least to the media. And Trump is telling Netanyahu to hold off on undermining the nuclear negotiations and talks. I mean, it's pretty significant, because if the U.S. has asked Israel to give them a week, this is what Trump's saying basically. They're asking Israel to give the United States 1 week to see if any progress has been made. Possibly a reference to the International Atomic Energy Agency's findings that are coming out. But you know what? Last night, the new moon began. And tonight is May 28th, so it's still pretty dark. But, New York Times last night, it came out and said Actually, that was, late last night. U.S. intelligence estimates that Israel could prepare a strike on Iran in as little as 7 hours once the command is given. And this is raising concerns in Washington about limited time to pressure Netanyahu to abort this potential attack. After meeting Trump in April, Netanyahu ordered Israeli officials to continue planning a strike on Iran, including a smaller operation that wouldn't require U.S. help. So Israel has strike plans on Iran that range from surgical hits to prolonged bombing of facilities, even in dense urban areas. And the Israeli plan literally is to get it done in 72 hours to 84 hours, 3 to 3.5 days. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I stayed up way too late last night. For those of you on Discord, thank you so much for chatting with me. If you guys are on our little Discord server thing that Asset Ministries and whatnot, he set up and helped us out. But it's been a lot of fun. So I've been able to chat with a lot of you guys and whatnot, communicate, text with you. So feel free to join with us. You know what? But being born in sin wasn't your fault. But if you die in your sin, it will be your fault. Because Jesus does save. Jesus said that specifically. You are going to die in your sins if you do not believe in him. Oh man, it's getting so close, guys. Even this morning, Indonesian president said that he's ready to open diplomatic ties with Israel if Palestine is recognized as an independent state after he had a meeting with Emmanuel Macron of all things. So Emmanuel Macron flew into Indonesia and met with this guy on the two-state solution. This is the Indonesian president. And the Indonesians, this guy is very important with the Temple Mount and the two-state solution because he's all part of the Islamic side of Asia. That's what Indonesia and this guy represents. So it'll be interesting to watch. Oh, I'm so grateful for Psalm 46, verse 1. God is our refuge and our strength and a very present help in our times of trouble. Sometimes we do. We just need to trust in the Lord and just lean into him in everything that we do. Man, guys, it's getting so close. Remember how we were talking about the iron beam, the laser system there in Israel? Well, they revealed that its iron beam light laser defense system has shot down dozens of drones and other aerial threats over the course of the war. In fall 2024, the Jerusalem Post had learned that the iron beam laser produced by Raphael had been used in operational situations, but it was barred from reporting on it at the time. And in October 2024, Raphael showcased its latest defense capabilities in DC, including this new light beam laser-based interception that's being integrated into the Trophy multitasking defense platform. So defense sources say that the iron beam light laser was used against threats from Hezbollah and Hamas already so far. And they started using it this past fall, apparently. And repeated top Israeli official statements have predicted that by the end of this year, the main iron beam laser will be more widely used and publicly deployed. In other words, it's going to go on full bore. So my question is, what other technology does Israel have ready to go? Apparently more than we know. But yeah, Trump did warn Netanyahu not to attack Iran yet. But that could change at any moment. It could even change with a phone call. Trump said this today: if we can make a deal, it will save a lot of lives.
We're having very good discussions with him, and I said, I don't think it's appropriate right now. Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with inspections and no trust. I don't trust anybody. So no trust. I want it very strong where we can go in with inspectors, we can take whatever we want, we can blow up whatever we want, but nobody getting killed.
We could take whatever we want and
We can
blow up
the
whatever
lab,
we
but
want.
nobody's going to be in the lab as opposed to everybody being in the lab and blowing it up, right? Two ways of doing it.
I don't trust you.
Yeah, I told him this would be inappropriate.
Interesting.
All right, I want to go back and I want to see that.
Okay. All right. Okay, what was that now?
I don't think it's appropriate right now. Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with
I don't think we
inspections
can blow
and
it up now. Let me see.
Trump said this today: if we can make a deal, it will save a lot of lives.
we're having very good discussions with them, and I said, I don't think it's appropriate right now. Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with inspections and no trust. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. So no trust. I want it very strong where we can go in with inspectors, we can take whatever we want, we can blow up whatever we want, but nobody getting killed. We can blow up a lab, but nobody's going to be in the lab, as opposed to everybody being in the lab and blowing it up, right? Two ways of doing it. Yeah, I told them this would be inappropriate to do right now because we're very close to a solution. Now, that could change at any moment. It could change with a phone call. But right now, I think they want to make a deal, and if we can make a deal, save a lot of lives.
See how he's trying to still posture that there's still a chance. So I don't know. But I did find out today that the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Director General's comprehensive report on Iran is likely to come out this Friday, May 30th. And this report could be a doozy, because I remember reading about senior IAEA, these officials, about 2 years ago, that said that if Iran doesn't provide technical, plausible explanations for safeguards, that eventually the IAEA would be forced to connect the dots themselves. So, the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, he said that the comprehensive report on Iran's safeguards, non-cooperation, will come out soon. So he's going to show by his side that they're not behaving, and there is technical, and there is nuclear, and Iran is not being a good boy. He is being a bad boy. The Prince of Persia, he's nuts. But he said it's going to be a comprehensive, and it's going to be a big report. So this could be a big weekend. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. I mean, Iran denies the reports of a nuclear agreement with the U.S. because they deny that they're going to have any nuclear agreement with the U.S. that will include a temporary pause in uranium enrichment. No way, Jose. Iran will not agree to halt uranium enrichment as a result of ongoing talks with the United States, even temporarily, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman declared to the Tehran Times today. And this followed a Reuters report this morning that suggested that Iran might consider the move to halt their uranium enrichment for the unfreezing of billions of dollars of assets that are being held by the United States. So why is Iran under significant pressure? And they might accelerate its race towards the bomb in the coming days. Well, the IAEA has been raising concerns about Iran's failure to provide the necessary information and cooperation to resolve long-standing issues related to undeclared nuclear material and activities. So the IAEA Board of Governors has previously stated that if Iran fails to cooperate fully, further action will be necessary. And following the coming June meeting, if the board does indeed report Iran to the United Nations Security Council, well, this could get really interesting because Russia is likely to veto any resolution against Iran. However, France or the UK could exercise the option to snap back previous sanctions under Resolution 2231, which endorsed the 2015 JCPOA nuclear deal, and they adjusted their sanctions on Iran. So Resolution 2231 includes a mechanism for reimposing those sanctions through a mechanism on Iran that Russia cannot veto. And that snapback mechanism expires in October 2025. So Iran's under the gun. Given these developments, you can understand why Israel will literally have no choice but to attack if Iran will not agree to dismantle all of its enrichment facilities and get rid of all of the already enriched to weapons grade uranium. It's literally just a matter of time. So it could kick off this weekend. Or, like we were discussing with some of my buddies there in the Discord last night, Stormy, it's very possible that the Harpazo is holding back all of these prophetic wars that are getting ready to kick off. That's how close we are. But just, even talking about whether we were doing deal or no deal Middle East style, Bezalel Smotrich today, he came out with this. He stated that he will not allow a partial deal with Hamas. But the foreign minister Gideon Saar said that if there's a chance to get released hostages, Israel should take it. So the U.S. envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, announced that a new hostage deal proposal will be sent to Israel and Hamas. But Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, seen right here in the picture, stated that he will not allow a partial deal with Hamas. So the previous proposal on the table offered the release of 10 live hostages on the first day of the deal in exchange for a 60-day ceasefire. But the main point of contention between the parties is what will happen on the final day of the ceasefire, if no further agreements are reached. But even Netanyahu will say that this is not a deal worthy of pursuing. Literally, the days of Hamas are numbered. Man, it's starting to get...
I forgot to talk about that too, because they were just offered a new deal today.
Get crazy, but
We'll talk about that after this is over. I want to
I saw this
discuss that.
too. Switch
I want to talk about that.
back over to like Crazy Town with the Mark of the Beast system being set up in real time.
J-Post just put up a
Everything's
about
coming together
another
for the
deal.
global digital ID. Greece has launched its unified digital ID system with the new personal citizen number, or PCN. The PCN is the new universal ID for Greek citizens across all public services and will replace the old numbers issued by various state agencies. But Greece's prime minister said that the new personal number will be assigned to every citizen, and this will become the key to unlock or to be able to do business with any transaction within the public sector. So soon, you won't be able to buy or sell until you get this thing. Here's what it says. The personal number is unique and will not change throughout a citizen's life. It consists of 12 characters, 3 alphanumeric elements, 2 of which can be selected, and the person's tax identification number. But this update is aligned with the European Union Digital Identity Wallet, the EUDI wallet, the digital wallet. The European Commission and the World Health Organization announced a landmark digital health partnership back in June 2023, where they were taken over. So the World Health Organization took over the European Union system of the digital COVID-19 certificate to establish a global system that will facilitate global mobility and protect citizens across the world from future health threats. This was the first building block of the World Health Organization's Global Digital Health Certification Network. We talked about this a couple years ago, but they're putting this in place to develop a wide range of digital products to deliver a better health for all. Yeah, so that's all going down, but the subscribers today were asking me about that Skymaster nuclear codes that New York Prepper was discussing, but there's still something probably that's going on, because even tonight, remember I just showed the image a little bit ago, but last night, but now tonight, there's 2 aircraft that are monitoring Iran. Last night we saw the AWACS plane up there in Turkey. Well, it's back, and now there's one there in the Persian Gulf. And look right there, between those 2 airplanes, in that area there of western Iran is Elam. So something's going on. They are literally monitoring the Elam area. Because the United States can fly over Iraq, so why aren't they doing that? They're literally doing this over Elam, and they might pretty soon. This is starting to get crazy. But here's something else really crazy. I was talking to some friends about this last night, but there's some major fires going on in Saskatchewan and Manitoba provinces in Canada. These things are huge. The province of Manitoba today issued a province-wide state of emergency due to multiple active wildfires that have burned over 1/3 of a million acres already. These fires have led to the largest evacuation in recent memory, according to local Manitobans, and will require a significant resource and cooperation from all levels of government to deal with this. So thousands of residents, literally, I saw so many thousands of homes have been lost already, but thousands of residents have been forced to flee their homes in the region due to the ongoing wildfires. And due to continued red flag warnings, it's likely that the fire will continue to burn out of control for some time. At least a lot of this out there is really out there, so it's not really close to the houses. Man, but anyway, you know what? This was kind of nuts too that came out today because there was a huge leak. Over 2 million documents were leaked, which outlined the inner workings of Russia's nuclear facilities. This was made public by German media press earlier today. This is really bad, not just because of the scale, but because of what was leaked. They actually leaked the actual physical and digital layout of Russia's strategic nuclear infrastructure. So it compromises not just site security, but the viability of second strike assets. Russia's foreign enemies now have insight into structural vulnerabilities that could take years and billions of dollars to fix. This was huge today. This isn't just embarrassing. It could actually force Russia to rethink entire segments of its nuclear posture. So that's going to explain some of the EAMs tonight too. I don't know. But it looks like someone on the Russian side seriously messed up. And most likely, it came from their own contractor systems or procurement, where sensitive documents like base blueprints, tunnel layouts, IT specifications were accidentally uploaded without a proper classification or redaction. And it's not the first time that this has happened in Russia. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. But Israel is still under the gun more and more and more and more. So after this with Russia, the UAE got really mad at Israel this week. We're going to talk about the UAE because they really laid into Israel this week over their Jerusalem flag march. And they characterized it as an annual spectacle of unchecked violence and extremist provocation, while the UAE issued a rare warning against Israel. If Jerusalem does not take decisive steps against doing this in the future, which I find interesting because the UAE is part of the Abraham Accords. This is the second time ever that an Israeli envoy has ever been summoned by the UAE authorities. And the first time since the Gaza war began. So the meeting at the Emirati Foreign Ministry saw the harshest rebuke that Abu Dhabi has ever conveyed to an Israeli official. So the Emirati anger was particularly notable because the UAE has kept its ambassador in Tel Aviv. They've maintained daily flights to Israel, and they've even boosted economic cooperation, even since the war began with Gaza, unlike other countries that have pulled away from Israel. The UAE stood strong. Well, that may be coming to a close very soon. But I guess the scenes of Monday's flag march appears to have been too much for Abu Dhabi to accept quietly. So thousands of young religious national participants, they were filmed chanting racist slogans such as "Death to Arabs," and "May your village burn" as they marched through the Muslim quarter of the old city of Jerusalem. And some participants verbally harassed and some even physically assaulted some of the Palestinian locals. But that happens every year because they always get into fights. But revelers vandalized property, though they made an exception not to damage a number of the ATM machines because these ATMs had signs on them explaining to the participants that these ATMs along the way, well, they belong to fellow Jews. In other words, leave us alone. So several far-right ministers participated in the March on Jerusalem Day. And that marked the reunification of the city from the Six-Day War there in 1967. And Netanyahu spoke to participants at a ceremony capping off the event of the day. Even Israel's police commissioner said that no arrests were made and that only a small number of participants were briefly detained, saying that only those that misbehaved, they literally made up about 1% of the revelers. But this guy here on the right-hand side, Mohammed bin Zayed, MBZ, this is the UAE guy without his official Arab attire. He's the guy that looked kind of stoned the other night. Here's another one. But, this is not an isolated incident is what the UAE was saying, because they were saying against Israel, this happens every year, and year after year, Israel allows it to unfold without consequence. So the UAE is making it clear to Israel, in no uncertain terms, that they expect Israel to take decisive steps to put an end to this. Here's what the UAE official warned Israel. He said they would do well to take this expectation extremely seriously. So a separate statement from the UAE Foreign Ministry on its decision to summon Israeli ambassador also took issue with the Jerusalem Flag Day March, but also Monday there was a visit made by hundreds of Israeli nationalists to the Temple Mount, and they didn't like that. And of course, among the visitors was National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who said he prayed there in violation of the so-called status quo, quote-unquote, under which the non-Muslim prayer is banned. He said, Ben-Gvir declared that his policy overseeing the police has upended the status quo by allowing Jews to openly pray and lie fully prostrate at the Flashpoint Temple Mount. Ben-Gvir had next to him several other lawmakers from his party, and other far-right lawmakers. And another one was filmed walking across the site with an Israeli flag, declaring the Temple Mount is in our hands. So basically, Israel just stated the Al-Aqsa Mosque is now in their hands. So the UAE Foreign Ministry statement said Israeli actions in Jerusalem on Monday represent a dangerous incitement against all Muslims. And this is a flagrant violation of the sanctity of the holy city. Abu Dhabi called on Israel to condemn these hostile acts and hold perpetrators accountable without exception for ministers like Ben-Gvir and officials. But MBZ is a major part of the coming two-state solution. Mohammed bin Salman there on the left and MBZ on the right are working hand in hand. They can't wait for the UN meeting on the question of Palestine coming up June 17th through the 20th. I don't know about you guys, but this is just nutty professor town. Everything is coming together. And a lot of things still, I believe, could kick off for this weekend. The stuff with Gaza, with Hamas, Israel's still holding back a lot. Israel's making moves, but they're still, for the most part, they haven't pressed the go button for Hamas because they're still trying to get the Gazan people to go down to the humanitarian aid corridors where they've been ransacked the past 2 days. That the U.S. company's been down there giving out food. Yesterday alone, they gave out 400,000 meals. So there's a lot of stuff coming up this weekend. Speaking of this weekend, on May 31st, actually it's, what is it now? Goodness, it's 24, 48. Goodness, about 70 hours from now, it's 11:30 Eastern. There on Saturday night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be meeting there with Isaiah 153, and he lives south of me down there towards the Ohio River. But we're going to be talking about the importance of Shavuot. And this is a very exciting year. Man, there's so much coming up, guys. It's so exciting. So I'm going to be there with him. We're going to be going over this stuff, and there's a lot of things we're going to talk about and point out, but you know what? They're talking even on the Hebrew calendar side that Shavuot this year is it's Sunday, June 1st, and it begins at sunset Monday, June 1st, or Sunday, June 1st. It goes Monday, and then it ends, I believe, there on the 3rd. But June 2nd is day number 153 of the year. Remember the 153 fish? But Shavuot is also the 15th day of the 3rd month. There's something really special about this one. This year. I was just over there at Aaron there, got him in it, and watching his stuff, and I love the guy to death. We both differ on some things, but great guy. But my point being is he's looking at like June 8th. I'm looking at June 1st. And I'll show why, but you know, there's something really wild about this year with Shavuot and Pentecost 2025. And it comes together, and here's why. If you look over here, this is the Essenes calendar, the Dead Sea Scroll calendar. And I'm a big fan of this after digging in deeper and learning about this. And the Essenes, basically where John the Baptist came from. Those, you know, I mean, it goes way deep, but the Essenes, they didn't die off. In the times of Jesus, they all became Christians. And the Essenes were part of the early church. It was really neat. We can even read about them in the book of Acts. But anyway, my point being is Pentecost, look over here, June 1st on the left-hand side. See there? June 2nd, Monday, June 3rd, Tuesday, June 1, Sunday, 15. Anyway, my point being, I'm getting all excited. Okay, let's wrap this up, Bubba. We've been going 40 minutes or so. All right, here's my thing. Okay, so I started checking this out, right? So on the bottom is Shavuot on the Hebrew calendar. And I have it underlined there on the Essenes calendar in red. So I was looking at this. These dates never line up. Shavuot on the Hebrew calendar and Pentecost on the Essenes calendar. See how Pentecost over here is on the left-hand side, June 2nd of last year, whereas Shavuot was June 11 through 13 there underneath the red. Okay, well then here's 2026. Shavuot 2026 begins May 21st there in the upper right-hand corner, underlined in the red. But Pentecost on the Essenes calendar is there on the left-hand side, May 31st. Well, you know what? Something's really wild about this year. They all line up. Pentecost on the Essenes calendar lines up perfectly with Shavuot on the Hebrew calendar. There's something very special about this year, I believe, guys. My point being is we are getting so close. And you know what? People are going to throw out the Matthew 24 verse 36. No one knows the day nor the hour. I get that. I'm not calling a date, but I'm just looking at some possibilities. And this is what I'm really looking at. Just because there's, on the candelabra there with Hanukkah, the 7 candles, there's 3 on the left-hand side for the spring feast. There's 3 on the right-hand side for the fall feast. And there's 1 candle right in the middle. That's Shavuot, Pentecost. And this holiday, this feast has not been fulfilled by Jesus yet. Jesus fulfilled the first 3 feasts. Jesus has not yet fulfilled Shavuot. But I believe he very well might with us on Pentecost, June 1st time frame. Anyway, so that's what we're going to be talking about. I think that's it. So we'll wrap it up now. Thank you guys so much for watching. But my point being, guys, is none of us knows the day nor the hour. Matthew 24:36. But actually, when you dive into Matthew 24, verse 36, no one knows the day nor the hour. You have to read verse 35 to find out the context. What is it talking about? No one knows the day nor the hour. The day heaven and earth pass away. Of that day and hour, no one knows. Not the rapture. That's another thing. Just because we're getting so close, too, you can always tell when people aren't looking for the blessed hope because they think it's some kind of blasted joke. Because every time you talk about your excitement about the soon return of the Lord Jesus Christ coming in the clouds, they always throw up this verse, no one knows the day nor the hour. You guys know people like that? I do. Anyway, thanks guys for listening to me. You guys have been such a blessing. We took Mrs. Bubba today to physical therapy, and then if we're still here, there on June 6th, which would be on this calendar, it looks like on Friday. Oh, snap. So we are really that close. Wow, guys. We are literally days away from a possibility. Harpazo us out of here. This is getting so exciting. Thank you guys so much for watching. And I ask for your prayers because we all just want to finish strong for the Lord Jesus Christ. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, reach out to any one of us because Jesus Christ is coming so soon. I just can't wait. Man, there's so much coming up. I'll see you guys here, there, in the air. Maranatha, guys. Jesus Christ is coming so very soon. Let's do another video tomorrow night. But until then, we'll go get some dinner, and we'll talk to you later. Bye.
Alright, excuse me. We need to go over stuff from J-Post. There's some big stuff came out today, or came out a couple of hours ago. Okay, well it says Iran fools U.S. with talks While growing nuclear arsenal with advanced ballistic missiles. Tropical storm Alvin has formed in the Pacific, making an unusual first for 2025. Alright, yeah. So something's about to go off with the thing soon. So it's an early unexpected start to Eastern Pacific hurricane season. Tropical storm Alvin is officially formed, making it the first named storm of 2025 in the region. According to the National Hurricane Center, Alvin developed from a low pressure system that probably orbited the southwestern coast of Mexico late Tuesday evening. So it makes Alvin formation particularly noteworthy is its timing and location. Typically, early season storms in the Pacific don't form until June or later, and even then, they often remain weak or dissipate quickly. However, Alvin defied expectations by strengthening rapidly into a tropical storm with sustained winds of 45 miles per hour, 72 kilometers over an hour, and showed signs of weather intensification as it moves southwest, west-northwest over warm ocean waters. Meteorologists have been closely monitoring ocean temperatures and atmospheric conditions, which have been trending warmer than usual for the time of year. Sea surface temperature in the regions are currently above average, creating ideal conditions for tropical cyclone development. This is currently an unusual start of the season, says Dr. Elena Morales, a climatologist with the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. Alvin's early formation could be a sign of a more active and unpredictable Pacific hurricane season 2025, possibly influenced by evolving El Nino conditions. And at this time, Alvin poses no immediate threat to coastal communities. The storm is projected to remain over open waters and gradually weaken over the next few days due to increased wind shear and cooler waters to the northwest. Nonetheless, authorities are advising vessels in the area to exercise caution. Rough seas and scattered thunderstorms are expected to affect maritime routes, particularly though west of Baja California. Yeah, is that something big that's going to go down in California before stuff happens? That's no coincidence there. It's already forming. Scientists issued dire warning the U.S. is unprepared for inevitable natural disasters with devastating impacts. Here's what you need to know. Okay, let me find that thing about that deal with Hamas in Israel offered by the U.S. It said they were offered that today. 2 or 3 hours ago, actually, to be honest. That was some pretty big news. Yeah, here it is. It says Wickoff offered Hamas and Israel a deal, but Hamas says that they wanted demands changes to the Wickoff proposal, the IDF. So, like, yeah. It says new deal on table. Wickoff proposal includes minor IDF withdrawal. Source tells Post. Which means the U.S. might be involved with what's going to come in June, maybe. They're okay, so it says 10 living hostages and 18 hostage bodies will be released for a 60-day ceasefire. Minor IDF withdrawal and aid distribution changes. Middle East envoy received Wickoff's friend of Israel and Hamas with a modified version of his outline for a partial hostage release ceasefire deal. A source told the Jerusalem Post on Thursday. According to the source, this modified proposal would include the release of 10 living hostages. The hostage release would take place in 2 rounds. The proposal included 4 additional key points. The first point is the release of 18 deceased hostages alongside 10 living ones. It was not specified when the bodies would be released. This means that in total the proposal would see the release of 28 out of the remaining 58 hostages still in Gaza. Additionally, both sides would agree to a 6-day ceasefire. The proposal clarifies that at the end of this period, Israel can resume fighting if it wishes or extend a ceasefire if meaningful negotiations have been ongoing. IDF would withdraw and aid distribution would change during temporary ceasefire. Finally, the IDF would withdraw from recently captured areas in the Gaza Strip and the distribution of humanitarian aid would return to the United Nations. Notably, this will replace aid distributions through centers within the Gaza Strip by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is being facilitated by American volunteers. The aid division stipulation indicates that the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip is the driving factor behind the new proposal. Shortly after Wickoff presented the proposal to Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called for a cabinet meeting to take place on Thursday evening to debate it. Ministers also invited to the cabinet meeting, including Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Yeah. Opposition leader Yair Lapid urged Netanyahu to accept the deal. Israel must publicly and immediately accept the framework presented this morning by an American mediator. Steve Witkoff, I remind Netanyahu that he has my full backing to accept the framework, even if Ben-Gvir and Smotrich try to sabotage it. Lapid said, before Witkoff's new proposal, Hamas falsely claimed on Wednesday that it had agreed to the previous version. Source told the Jerusalem Post on Wednesday that Hamas attempts to use the Witkoff framework as a branded concept to promote their own vision will not succeed. The new proposal is based on discussions held in Washington in the recent days between Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Darmer and Witkoff, as well as talks conducted by Bashir Bayaber and Qatar with senior Hamas officials. The main point of contention between the parties is what will happen on the final day of ceasefire if no further agreements are reached. Oh, they have a podcast. I did not know that. Okay, I'll have to watch that. And then there's another one, and then there's the other story that broke too about Hamas saying that they want changes. Give me a minute, hold on. I'm going to subscribe to this podcast. Okay, I'm going to put this up on X if people want to go and check it out, if you don't know about it. Says Hamas demand changes to Witkoff proposal. IDF publisher workers' death in Gaza. IDF calls on civilians to evacuate from Nazareth. Witkoff presents new Gaza ceasefire proposal to Israel. Israel prepares to call up 450,000 soldiers amid mounting toll on residents. Hamas said on Thursday it received the U.S. envoy Witkoff's new proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza from mediators, adding that it is studying it. Hamas said on Thursday that it does not accept the outline for the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff's ceasefire and the hostage deal proposal at face value and has demanded certain changes, according to a source familiar with details. A source familiar with the details told the Jerusalem Post that Hamas feels deceived by the U.S. administration, believe it has been screwed over with a pro-Israel proposal that does not guarantee an end to the war. The proposal also requires all hostages to be returned to Israel within a week, leaving Hamas without further leverage. Source close to Hamas told Wilder that the group claimed the new proposal is more biased in favor of Israel than previous proposals, and that Witkoff accepted most of the demands presented by Ron Darmer meeting with him on Tuesday. Well, yeah, because the U.S. is pro-Israel. Additionally, the source noted that the new proposal does not provide a clear American guarantee that the temporary ceasefire will lead to a permanent one. Furthermore, the proposal does not specify that if negotiations extend beyond 60 days, the ceasefire will also continue, and Israel not be able to unilaterally violate it as it did in March. Wilder quoted. According to a senior Israeli official, contrary to reports, the Witkoff agreement proposed in recent days does not determine the new deployment line of the IDF, nor the manner in which aid will be distributed within the framework of a ceasefire. The Hamas movement leadership has read a new Witkoff proposal from the mediators and is reviewing it reasonably, responsibly to serve the interests of our people, provide them with relief, and achieve a permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, Hamas said in a statement. The new proposal will include the release of 10 living hostages along with 18 deceased. The hostage release would take place in 2 rounds, the source told Jerusalem Post. Additionally, both sides would agree to a 60-day ceasefire that can be extended after the deadline if Hamas and Israel agree. Lastly, the IDF would withdraw from areas in Gaza, and the United Nations would take over distribution of humanitarian aid. So, but that's it for now. This says IDF Arabic Spox issues evacuation warning for areas in Nazareth core central Gaza. IDF Arabic spokesperson at Chevy during Thursday warned citizens to evacuate from the Nazareth area in Gaza, central Gaza in a post on X, Twitter. Area wrote that Hamas players were operating in civilian infrastructure in the area and told civilians to move away from these areas. U.S.-Iran nuclear deal could be reached as soon as next round of talks, sources tell CNN. Fifth round of talks between the U.S. and Iran concluded last Friday in Rome, with Iran and Omani officials issuing positive statements. An Iranian nuclear deal could be reached during the next round of talks between the United States and Iran, sources told CNN on Wednesday. The reports say the mediators are closing in on a broad agreement that could be achieved next time the countries meet, likely in a Middle Eastern country. U.S. President Donald Trump also told American Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to disrupt talks, the report noted. Even though it said he's going to go in there despite what goes on. On Wednesday, the New York Times alleged that Netanyahu threatened to strike nuclear facilities. The U.S. expressed concern that these strikes will disrupt nuclear talks, referring to exhaust diplomatic avenues. The Prime Minister's office responded to the report saying it was fake news. Trump, while speaking to reporters at the Oval Office, said, "I told him Netanyahu this would be inappropriate to do this right now because we're very close to a solution now. That could change at any moment." The fifth round of talks between the U.S. and Iran concluded last Friday in Rome, with Iranian and Omani officials issuing positive statements about the future of talks. Previous rounds of U.S.-Iran talks led to some but not conclusive progress. During these negotiations, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff held more than 2 hours of talks from the Iranian delegation and agreed to meet in the near future. However, the Omani foreign minister said in a statement that the fifth round wrapped with some but not conclusive progress, and that we have to clarify the remaining issues in the coming days to allow us to proceed towards the common goal of reaching a sustainable and honorable agreement. It's just like, I just don't see them getting to an agreement, but apparently they're saying they're getting close to a deal. And hope that's the case, because I don't think so. I think it's really 50-50. I guess we'll know in the next couple of days. Maybe we'll know by the weekend. So I'm not sure, but yeah, something's got to give there. Okay, so yeah, they said Israel calls up 450,000 soldiers amid mounting toll on reservists and their families. The escalation of Israel's operations in Gaza has brought new people for reservists and their families, as well as renewed resentment about Harriet Orthodox Jews who viewed military service. Tezin McDavid Scholar has been 290 days in IDF reservist over the last 19 months, close to half the time has passed since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. He says the artist bad isn't just the danger of combat, what he experienced when he first came home. I didn't want to get close to my wife and children because I was scared that any minute I'd be called up again, he said. So yeah. That's that. And pretty sure I think that's everything, man. Yeah, that's it. But there was a video I wanted to talk about. This. Oh.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Consulting mediums and psychics despite God's warnings on the rise at the tune of $2 to $3 billion. That's nice. Pushing up upon a solid beast system. $3.2 million.
Afternoon, people watching the 65.
$2 to $3 billion for mediums and psychics.
Lisa Boyce,
Wow.
I'm going to give you a verse of scripture out of Ephesians 4:30, and it says, "And grieve not the Holy Spirit of God, whereby ye are sealed until the day of redemption." There you go. Let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4. Christ shed his blood for all of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried,
Well, this isn't exactly the video I wanted to watch, but
and rose again
this
on
sounds
the third day
interesting.
according to
See
scripture.
what this
That's how
is.
we're saved, why we're saved, and how we're kept saved through his blood, his death, burial, and resurrection. It is grace through faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, and God gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him will not perish but have eternal life. How do you come to that? You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, you are justified by the blood of Jesus. You are protected by the blood of Jesus. You are rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time. And you're sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will indwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So, we're going to talk about psychic phenomena. Meddling with mediums. How is such a fascination with everything. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've seen movies. I've been watching movies since I was little. I've been watching. I go in and out of horror movies. I've seen them all. Horror movies have one thing in common. Not one horror movie has a born again believer in it. You notice that? But people are fascinated with this, and this stuff is on the rise. It is on the rise, and if you're not in Christ, you can be fooled by this. It's called signs and wonders, or fake signs and wonders. Yeah, this is rapid in the Pentecostal church. I'm just going to be honest with you. And another thing, the first thing in the movies that they want to do is call a Catholic priest. You notice that?
An exorcist, yeah.
Let me explain.
I noticed it was like
And I
an
learned this
exorcist,
from-
yeah.
The Catholic priest can't eradicate a demon.
Well,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now I got everybody's attention. They lie dormant. The only thing that's going to do that to a demon is Jesus Christ and the blood. That demon is still there. And the priest thinks, oh, we got rid of it.
no, they just don't
They
show
don't.
themselves,
It's
yeah.
just dormant.
They don't manifest.
You do one thing to unlock that door, and 9 times out of 10, if their person isn't saved, they will. It's going to come back. See, when you're in Christ, it takes
And it
it
will
out of the
possess
way.
you.
There is nothing. There is no door to open. There is nothing. It's gone.
Don't go around playing with things
Now-
you have no idea about.
Believe it or not, this article is off of Harbinger.
Including
to-
trying to
Daily.
including trying to think that you can get rid of a demon.
And it is something that has risen a lot. People are desperate for a sign and a wonder, and they will go to this to find one. Even your so-called Christians. So he says here, and this is by
Those people are possessed.
He wrote an article.
I'm convinced when I look at psychics and mediums and people that have knowledge from somewhere else, those are possessed people. Those are people that have demons in them. Or something came into them. People that claim that they can talk to things, including the dead, they can do stuff like that. They assume that they have knowledge. They assume that they just have the ability to know what people are saying. No, that's a demon. They're communicating with something supernatural. And when you do that, you're opening yourself up to some bad stuff. Like when you get a Ouija board. That thing is not like a regular... That thing is not like a regular board game. It's not. That thing is cursed. I think it's an occultic object. That's what I think it is. Because I swear I've seen that thing. I swear I've seen stuff like that, and I've seen that thing move. The people that use it. I don't watch this stuff anymore like I used to, but I did in the past. And I was interested, and I used to watch this stuff on TikTok, or I was like into this stuff for a couple of years. 3 years ago, I didn't really like watch it as much, but I guess in the last 2 years, I've kind of been interested in more spiritual stuff like that. I've found interest in these things, and everything to a degree. So it's like, okay, and stuff, right? Yeah, those things move on their own. Ouija boards somehow you don't even do anything, and this thing, they use this like thing, and they move it across this board thing, and this thing moves to different places, and they assume they have an idea. They assume that they can read what this thing is saying, or they can interpret what's talking. No. I think that's demonic. I think that's a demon. Somehow you're interacting with something supernatural. That stuff is scary. And everything. Mediums and psychics. People that claim it, they have knowledge. They have demons. They're demonically possessed. And everything. Or they claim that they sit down and they have a seance, and all of a sudden they close their eyes and they start doing all these weird stuff, and then they say they assume they can interact with somebody, that one of people's dead family members, or like somebody that on the other side, and everything. who claim something comes inside of them and then they can now interpret what they're saying, that's a demon. It is. This is a demonic force coming into you, and everything, right? They claim that they claim and start speaking for that individual, and no, it's not. That's not that individual. That is a demonic force or something that you got. That you had no idea what you were doing.
Article about the dangers
These things are 100% not to be messed with.
of divination. Divination is one of the three main practices which fall under the umbrella of the occult. Okay? Now you got, and I'm going to call out some churches here. Bethel. Bethel Church believes in necromancy. It's a common thing.
So no wonder they have like a weird context to them.
They've been doing this, and it's been known that they are doing this. I did a video on this about.
I was watching Bethel not too long ago. Yeah.
This stuff it just fascinates people. Fascinates everybody. So in the article that he did, he was talking about the examination of mediums.
Well, I think there are people out there that actually find some kind of interest or kind of find some sort of like fascination with the supernatural. We've had movies like Ghostbusters and stuff like that, and things like that. You have Stranger Things, which was like hugely successful on Netflix for years. Stranger Things has had several seasons. A lot of people like the Stranger Things series on Netflix, where it's like you have like Hawkins, Indiana. They live in Hawkins, Indiana, right? And everything. And Hawkins, like you have like Hawkins normally, what is it? What I'm trying to say? You have the normal Hawkins, and you have this weird, backwards or different world outside of Hawkins. And then there's stuff that happens, and everything. So, the Upside Down, or Stranger Things, is a really interesting show, and everything. And it's kind of about a supernatural. It's about another world, like outside of like Hawkins. But Stranger Things has a very interesting concept because it explains how there's another world outside of our own that's besides this physical world, right? And everything. So you have like the ordinary town of Hawkins, and you have something else, which is the Upside Down, which is very interesting, and everything. But like Stranger Things is like, so yeah, people have some kind of interest in the supernatural to a degree, like, and stuff. So I don't know, maybe because people always kind of wanted to know like what's outside of other things, like what's outside of here. And everything. I don't know. People have been wondering stuff like that, like. But yeah, I think people have some sort of fascination with the supernatural because curiosity. People are curious, and everything. And dude, if you want to really know about the supernatural, just read the Bible, and everything. Read the Bible or read stuff and everything, right? You know more about spiritual, right? To know more about like stuff outside of things you might not know. Well, a lot of that has to do with you really don't understand that stuff unless you have God, and everything, or unless you're a person who has God. You have Christ, God, Spirit of God dwells in you, and everything. That way you can understand stuff. But and everything. The Bible can like teach you a lot about a lot of spiritual and supernatural occurrences. Some people don't understand this stuff because they don't have. They're not led by the. They're not led by the Spirit of Christ. They're not led by God. And everything. God doesn't. They don't have spiritual discernment to know how these things work. And everything. So they're misled. You kind of have to. You have to be indwelled with the Spirit of Christ, man. You have to let the Spirit lead you, and everything to understand. People don't understand. We live in a physical world and we live in a spiritual world. And everything, right? We do.
with a view to understand why God gives such clear warnings against the use of them. Given that,
And there are some people out there that will tempt you, that will use you, that will try to lie to you, that will try to get you involved in bad things that are not good for you. They will not, and everything. That is their goal. Not to mention, some people have demons, some people have dark spirits around them, some people have influence, some people have demonic stuff around them that tries to get you involved in bad things. Unfortunately, if you carry the Spirit of Christ, a lot of things, if you carry the Spirit of Christ, a lot of people are sent into your life by the devil. Unfortunately, and everything, right? And not only that, but they have things they want to do to you to get you to fall for stuff. And everything, right? Stuff. You got to be careful, man, and everything with these types of things. Because not a lot of people's goals or ideas or influences are for your good. Sometimes they're bad, and sometimes they got dark spirits around them and influence, and everything. You got to be careful with people, because sometimes if you don't have discernment, or you're not, or God doesn't reveal you to help you understand these things, or God doesn't he doesn't kind of make, he doesn't give you the feeling of maybe something's off here or it's not good, and everything. You might be led to a bad situation. In other words, there are people out there that don't have your best interest at heart, and they want to do things to you. You got to be careful. Some people are surrounded by things that unfortunately get them to do what they do. They do, and everything. And you got to be careful with that. You really do, and everything. So, and God may be giving you a feeling of something's off, and that's the spirits, telling you that's not good. Don't do that, and everything, right? And everything. Now's not the time, or that's not a good idea to do that, and everything. In other words, like intuition or discernment, being able to know. Some people carry stuff in their lives around, So yeah. Some people don't present themselves specifically. Some things and people don't directly present themselves. They do stuff to try to get you to fall for stuff, or they show up around you, but they're not aware. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that when you've got to be careful by the people you're around, because not everybody is good, and some people have really bad intentions. A lot of people have evil intentions, and some people, they have people try to be nice, but really, people try to be nice, but they have a demonic stuff to them, and you got to be careful, because they might get you involved in a situation where it could get you killed, something could happen to you, or worse, you might get involved in something that you have no idea about. That's why it's good to have the Spirit of Christ and discernment in these times, because there are things out there trying to do, there are things out there sent by the devil and people that influence you. Some people, even the closest to you in your life, will do that to you. You gotta be careful, man. You really do, and everything. And the devil wants to get you trapped in something you have no idea about. So yeah, be careful with that type of stuff, man. Be careful with that type of stuff, because he will send people into your lives that are evil, and stuff. All right, you're gonna cuss out. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is, some of the people closest to you in your life are the ones that actually end up doing stuff to you. Some people, even in your own family, will say that they do stuff, and then they want to stab you in the back, and they want to sabotage you. I don't know. Something about people. There's spirits in people. That's why I said certain spirits. Some people have good spirits, some people have bad spirits. And the only way you're going to know that is if you have Christ. Because Christ gets you to feel like Christ, reveals these things to you. And two, not only that, but he also, God also, he warns you about the dangers and things about stuff to let you know something's off. God will give you a feeling of something's off, or something's not right, or something's bad, or you need to watch out for something. He just give you an uneasy feeling about maybe that's not good, and everything, right? And stuff. You just feel something in your spirit, and everything, when something's like that. That's the Spirit of God telling you, that's not good for you. Don't do that. and everything, right? And stuff. Some people don't feel that. Some people don't get that feeling. They don't, because they don't have Christ. They're not saved. And everything, right? If you're saved, God will reveal these things to you, and He will make it, and He will protect you, and make sure nothing happens to you by revealing to you stuff that ain't good for you.
U.S. psychic service industry alone is valued, listen to this, $2.3 billion and rising.
Yeah.
This is serious. And it's pulling people away from the truth of Christ.
I've studied the Bible. I've been studying the Bible. I've studied spirituality. I've studied the supernatural. I've studied the occult to understand what it actually is. I've never done anything. I've never been involved in it, but I've watched stuff on the occult, and everything. And I have an idea, and everything. God's revealed these things to me. The more and more I've kind of gotten to understand these things, and he's shown me stuff. If you have a close relationship with Christ, or you get closer to God, spend a lot of time with God, and you're had that bonding and everything, you have that connection, God will open these things up to you. He will show you these things, so you're not misled. Just call it an understanding of knowing when things are good and when things are bad, or when something's not good. You can tell. Call it an understanding of being nudged or made to get a feeling of that's not necessarily a good thing. That's God trying to get you. That's God trying to tell you that this person isn't, what they're doing is, and everything. That's not good. Trying to get that's God telling you that basically this person isn't right for you. Don't trust them. Don't believe them. Don't fall for what they're doing. It's not good. And everything. And to be very careful and cautious. Watch out and pay attention. It's God telling you that. It's God saying, be careful. And everything. Right. This person is not good for you. Don't go do this. You get a feeling deep down that something's off about things, or you're anxious or nervous, about what they're doing, and that's God. That's the Spirit. That's the Spirit. Basically, telling you to get away from that. Don't do that. And everything. Something's off about that person. And it's not good what they're doing, maybe. I'm not saying it's necessarily the truth, but maybe something's off about that person. You've got to watch out.
That seems to be falling on deaf ears on both the Christian community and the secular community. A medium is a person who communicates with the spirit world. Okay? In case you didn't know none of this, yeah. This is why when you're in Christ, you're covered by the blood. And you're protected from this stuff. This is why you got to know who you are in Christ.
That's some
God
dangerous
says very
stuff.
clearly, give no regard to me.
That's some dangerous stuff. Do not do any of that. Much less, do not get involved in the occult.
Mediums or familiar spirits, do not seek after them to be defiled by them. I am the Lord. This was no mere suggestion, folks. God took this matter extremely seriously, just like he takes relationships, marriage, and the likes.
They say a number one way to get yourself opened up to They say the number one way to get yourself opened up to demons or demonic influence or anything bad like that, anything supernatural, is to get involved in the occult. Occultic, what is it? Getting yourself involved in the occult is one of the easiest ways to open yourself up to demonic stuff.
A man or a woman who is a medium or who has a familiar spirit shall surely be put to death. and they shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. Now this is where they, back in the history, where they did what they did to witches back then.
Yeah, it's
I was shocked to see
the Salem witch trials.
this article. So despite the warnings, the two kings consulted mediums. The evil king Manasseh did so as recorded in 2 Kings 21:6. Also, he made his son pass through the fire, practiced soothsaying, used witchcraft, and consulted spiritualists and mediums. He did much evil in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. The second was Saul. So after Samuel's death, the scripture records that Saul had removed the mediums and the spiritualists from the land, although this was one of the more positive actions he took during his reign. Terrible irony was to come. In fear and listen to this. In fear and desperation, this is what Satan uses. In fear and desperation, he sought for that which he removed, proving that he was not only a sinner but also a hypocrite. 1 Samuel 28:7 reads, and Saul said to his servants, find me a woman who is a medium, that I may go to her and inquire of her. And the servant said to him, in fact, there is a woman who is a medium in Endor. Fear and desperation will lead you to do stupid things. Believe me, I can tell you the truth about that because I've done them. They can lead you to do really stupid things. This is one of them too. According to the website operated by California psychics, most mediums begin their process of assessing spirits on the other side by using meditation. Let me give you an example of this woman. And I've seen so many that are like this. They are desperate to hear from their children.
Well, they're desperate to hear from their dead family members. That's what soothsayers and seances do. They go to people to try to get some sort of idea of maybe they can still get contact with people after they pass. And that's a very scary thing to do because you don't know what you're getting into. Yeah.
Desperate to hear from any loved one that they were close to. They go to these people. But what they don't understand, they're conjuring up a demon. Because you're not hearing from your loved one, you're not hearing from your children, you're not hearing from any of that. You're hearing from a demon. And once you open that door like that, to let that thing in,
it won't go.
You're going to be very sorry.
Yep.
I've seen it happen time and time again.
You're going to have to get an exorcist.
They also
you're going to have
some form of psychic self-defense.
You're going to have to get an exorcist. You're going to have to get someone to get rid of that out of your house.
And once you open that door,
because when that thing comes in, if you're not possessed, you can necessarily not necessarily possessed, but it can invite demonic influence over your life.
Like that, to let that thing in,
it will follow you.
Be very sorry. I've seen it happen time and time again. They also employ some form of psychic self-defense to protect them from dark entities. That don't work. This protection involves varying techniques such as prayer, affirmation, surrounding themselves in white light, and stepping into an envisioned bubble shield.
Well, it's the same thing with people that are involved with witchcraft. Apparently they're saying like you can light some kind of candles and do some kind of stuff, do all this crazy shit, like New Age and everything, and stuff like this. Say you can get rid of that, and everything. That's not how that works.
Some tap into subtle energies using tools such as tarot cards or through scary using scrying using crystal balls. I used to do tarot cards.
Just not.
And you will invite something in. It's very scary.
Yeah, I had a weird. I had a weird ass encounter too. I think I was watching people at one point in my life that were involved in magic or witchcraft or dark stuff. I think they might have been involved in, and that affected my life because that got things to come into my life. It started doing things to me.
I did a tarot card about 30 years ago. I think it was longer than
That was before I started understanding spirituality and really beginning to get it.
I was in in my own place, and I did one, and my cat walked out of the bedroom really slow with his hair on his back, and I said, I'm done. That was it. I'm done. Folks, don't mess around with this stuff. Don't. You have to physically invite it in. Watching a movie or something like that is not inviting it in. You have to physically...
It's just like people that said that they had somehow interacted with the spiritual realm. Okay. If you really want to look at it. A lot of weird, crazy shit happened to them. Okay. Including people that were in the occult. Some of them went crazy. They lost their mind. Others ended up killing themselves. One ended up shooting himself. The other one ended up drinking himself to death. One of them ended up drinking themselves to death. Some of them died. Some of them ended up getting put in a mental ward because they lost their mind, and everything. One of them ended up getting a gun and shooting himself and his girlfriend. There was some really bad stuff.
Physically do it.
Yes.
And this is not something you want to mess with. I've seen what this stuff can do, and it's real. And like I said, more and more people are gravitating to it out of fear and desperation. Says in his last article, he pointed out that divination relies on the use of tarot cards, and
That's because they don't believe in this. That's because they don't. People do that because they don't believe there's an afterlife or there is another place beyond this world. They don't, and everything. And so they don't think they're going to see them again. And so they assume that, that's the only way they're going to be able to get to interact with them again. They don't understand the idea.
and scrying, and therefore we see.
Plus, I don't think they understand there's something spiritual beyond this world.
A clear connection between
everything.
divination, mediumship, since practitioners openly admit that divination is a gateway to the spirit world. I don't know who I'm talking to here, but somebody, I'm talking to somebody. Within the framework of medium.
But I guess even if I didn't know about mediums and psychics and these things, I probably wouldn't do it. Period, because I've heard people that got involved in it, and they said it sounds purely demonic. I wouldn't want to get involved in that type of stuff. It sounds purely 100% evil and demonic.
There is also two subcategories. Mental
even if I didn't know.
Mediumship, physical mediumship. Mental mediumship involves the practitioner connecting their consciousness directly with the spirit in the telepathic bond and speaking what the spirit is saying through them.
But yeah, I've watched movies like this, for years, or I grew up watching these types of movies. I just don't watch them anymore, but yeah, including I grew up a fan of Harry Potter. I grew up watching Harry Potter from a young age, and all this stuff. I grew up a big Harry Potter J.K. Rowling fan, and everything, and a lot of that stuff, right? So yeah, I guess it really depends when you look at it.
This is extremely dangerous. There's clairvoyance, which it means clear seeing. Clairaudience, which means clear hearing. clarisatience, which means clear feeling, and so on. I mean, it's all here. Most mediums will tell you they practice mental mediumship. I was growing up, and my
Clairvoyance is people that claim they get knowledge from something else, where they have what is it? Clairvoyance are people who claim they get knowledge from something else, and they have they are able to. They claim to be able to know things that other people don't know. That's the thing, including about a family member, a person, or individual they don't even know, or somebody maybe about something they didn't even hear, or. It says that these people have supernatural knowledge from somewhere else where they claim to be able to know stuff your typical person doesn't know, and everything. Or let's just say they know something about an individual that maybe they never knew. And that is supposedly what having supernatural spirits does.
cousin actually went to a Pentecostal church. Listen to this. And they would meet.
That's like, let's say, if I had supernatural knowledge, I would know what the person across the street did yesterday, or they do, or their life is like. I would be able to tell you what they do. I don't know, and everything. But I would be able to know some random thing about a person I never knew. That's the thing. That's what they're saying. It's going to happen when you have supernatural powers, or you're possessed, or you have some kind of demon perspective. You supposedly know something about something random about something nobody knows. That's the thing, and everything. That's not necessarily not knowledge that's given. You see, that people believe, there's knowledge that's given to people by God, and then there's knowledge that is given to individuals that they don't even know. Knowledge that's just common sense, basically, or just known, when it comes to and everything, right?
With a group of women on a weekly basis, and they would give tea leaf readings. Tea leaf readings. It was just my cousin, her husband, and her 2 daughters. The husband got cancer, was dead within 6 months. He was a Mason, by the way, too.
Mm-hmm.
Each of the girls, she ended up in a nursing home. She died. Each of the girls, one by one, went out on their own years later, one by one, dead, from various reasons. This is nothing to play with. This is classified as spirit world manipulation. The medium and creating physical evidence of their presence through some of the following means: levitation, automatic writing, raps used by spirits to make audible rapping noises to answer yes or no questions, ectoplasm or I can't pronounce that name, but it's where the medium's body substance is mixed with another substance, which enables a spirit to affect physical matter in the naked eye. This is it sounds like it's part of necromancy right there. That's what the Bethel Church was into. I don't know whether they're still into it or not. There's a Bethel Church around the corner from here, and every time I pass by it, it's like, something's not right there, but I ain't going in there. Channeling. That's another thing. That's why I tell people, if you ever, especially young people, if you ever buy a house, do extensive research on this house. See what happened in this house, who owned this house, was there any kind of activity in this house. You can look it up. They have the internet now. Don't just move into a house. Do some research.
Yeah, some people have said that they've encountered a lot of
on
haunted
this place
houses.
and
Yeah.
see what happened there. If anybody died there, if anybody was doing anything there that they shouldn't have been doing, such as this, it makes a difference. Many people are intrigued by occult practices, and it is that curiosity which draws them into the demonic. This is not just a problem for the unsaved. Believers can be easily ensnared into this stuff through their curiosity with the supernatural. The simple answer: walk with the Lord. He will give you discernment. This is where a lot of people lack. Be alert and be armed with the truth. This is why I like to watch some of these shows, because I like to see where they come in and what happens. I know where I am with Christ, so yeah. But this stuff is nothing to play with. I don't know who I'm talking to, but I'm talking to somebody out there. Yeah, talking to somebody. As my door opens and a cat comes in with his eyes glowing. With his eyes glowing. In the camera is Sam. But yeah, I'm going to link this in the description box. This is an awesome article. Very awesome. And yeah, and when they do these movies, and I'm going to be honest with you, when they do these movies, it is paraded as entertainment, but it is dangerous what they're doing. I don't know of any actor or actress who have played in these movies that is truly saved. Even if the story is true. Don't know. I haven't found one who have given their life over to the Lord. So, I'm going to link this in the description box. This is a very good article. I might do an X video later, because I'm seeing some stuff that that's coming up. So, but anyway, I'm going to link this in the description box. And I will be back later. Thank you.
Alright, so I want to go over that video I ran yesterday. That was the one I wanted to go
Good
over.
afternoon, people watching Miss 65, Lisa Boyce. I'm going to give you a verse of scripture out of Ephesians 4:30, and it says, "And grieve not the Holy Spirit of God."
This.
Good evening, people watching Miss 65.
Yeah, it says the U.S. and Israel are not really agreeing to what's going to happen with Iran.
The Boyce, I just uploaded a X video about a half an hour ago. So now I'm going to do a regular YouTube video. And again, I don't do this every night because it can be, I got a lot of stuff to do around here, so it's kind of hard to do all three. But for the most part, I try to do it. But let me give you a verse of scripture out of the same verse that I gave in that video. It's 1 Corinthians 6:9, and it says, well, actually, it's not that one. It's not that verse. There it is. 1 Thessalonians.
Even if I wanted to go to a medium or a psychic, I wouldn't even know where to find one, much less would I even look it up. I never really seen a point to that stuff, man. I don't know why people do it, but they do. It's just I've never actually considered going to one of those people.
Thessalonians 2:9. So it says, "For ye remember, brethren, our labor and travail, for laboring night and day, because we would not be chargeable."
I think they're a scam anyway. They're like a they scam people, dude. Honestly, I think they just take your money and they rip you off and they claim they can know stuff, but they don't. And even if they do, yeah, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. I never considered that.
Unto any of you. We preached unto you.
Or palm readers, palm reader people. People that claim they can read your palm or they can tell you your future. And I'm like, I don't know.
The gospel of God. Let me give you the gospel. It's in 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4. Christ shed his blood for
and yes, I used to like Harry Potter. I practically grew up with the series. I played the games. I had, Hogwarts Legacy. And everything. And I like all that. Star Wars, Harry Potter, stuff like that. But yeah. And things like that.
All of our sins, past, present, and future, was buried and rose again on the third day according to Scripture. That's how we're saved, why we're saved, and how we're kept saved through his death, burial, and resurrection.
I even grew up watching The Walking Dead, which I don't watch it anymore, but I was a fan of watching The Walking Dead.
His blood. It is grace through faith in Christ alone, not of ourselves, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is grace, something we didn't earn, something we don't deserve, that God gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him will not perish but have eternal life. How do you come to that? You admit you're a sinner in need of Christ. The moment you put your faith and trust in Christ and his blood, the moment you...
I kind of found Harry Potter to be I find Harry Potter to be a very interesting series. And I always thought some of the stuff they did in that movie was... I always thought some of the stuff they did in that movie was, well, interesting. But I was like, I don't know.
Accept Christ as Savior, you're saved. Not only are you saved, but you are justified by the blood of Jesus. You are protected by the blood of Jesus. You are rapture ready, which is going to happen at any time. And you're sealed until the day of redemption, which means you cannot and will not lose your salvation. The Holy Spirit will indwell in you, lead you, guide you, minister to you, encourage you, speak to you, teach you, and change you if you let him. So, this came out tonight. And it just came out on Prophecy News Watch. And it says the U.S. and Israel are not on the same page. And it says more difficulties to come. So this is saying that despite denials from Jerusalem, the U.S.-Israel relationship has hit a bump in the road. The panic among some of the pro-Israel community about the way the Jewish state seemed to be an afterthought during Trump's recent trip to the Middle East may have been an overreaction. But recent reported comments from Trump about his frustration about the intractable nature of the conflict with Hamas and concern about the suffering of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have made it clear that the two nations are, at best, not on the same page. Now, let me tell you what I heard today from Trump. A reporter asked him, this was when he was swearing in Judge Janine. She is officially sworn in now. The reporter asked an interesting question, and I had to listen to this. He asked, did you tell Netanyahu to hold off on war with Iran until this deal is made, or did you have an argument with him? He said, I can't lie. Yeah. He came out and said it. Yeah. So what I believe is happening, and according to when I heard that, I put two and two together right then and there, because I figured what Netanyahu and Israel is kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with this deal before they go ahead and bomb Iran's nuclear facility. So they're waiting on Trump to see what's going to happen here. He did tell them to hold off until this deal is done. But like I said, they're not going to budge on this deal. It says you don't have to be a Washington insider to pick up the signals. This decision not to send J.D. Vance to Israel after attending the inauguration of Pope Leo XIV in Rome was due to what Axios reported as a desire not to have him in the country at a time when the Israeli Defense Forces were ramping up operations there against the terrorists. So subsequently sending Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem on a solidarity visit was a poor substitute for Vance or Trump had he chosen to make a stop in Israel on his Middle East tour. But he didn't. But Noem, who is not considered a player in the making of foreign policy, was just there to make nice. I was shocked to see her there. I was really kind of surprised to see her there. The fact that her office described her conversation with Netanyahu as candid, diplomatic language for an open disagreement, spoke volumes. Apparently, she was, among other things, tasked by Trump with reminding the Prime Minister not to do anything that might upset the administration's talk with Iran, about which the President is currently expressing optimism. However, ill-founded that sentiment might be, and that is so true.